G'day gamers, Ranger Tony here, hopefully back with uh, a new Baldur's Gate stream. Let me just check that the stream is working properly. I've had no end of problems today. Yes, the stream is working, great. Been having problems getting Baldur's Gate to load properly, you name it. Right, now, at the end of last episode, yesterday, I said that the actual purpose of me streaming this game at the moment has been because I have been loving the rogue class with their sneak attacks and everything. And so this is the Band of Rogues playthrough. We're going to start again. Sort of tempted to try this on balanced, but I don't know. So if you're not aware, on Explorer mode, you actually get 10 more hit points at the start, and I think you get a +2 or a +3 to all of like your attack rolls and things like that. So everything is just so much easier than balanced. I don't know what they do to make things harder further on, but I guess we'll try this on balanced, and if I'm not enjoying it as much, I can always just drop back to Explorer, although I don't know if it retroactively gives you more hit points or what, but we will see. So, let's have a quick look first at what is the best options to play a rogue as. So let's actually just quickly come around to class here and pick rogue. And I'm going to be playing a male, so let's just do that. Okay, races. Look, elves don't really have anything major going for them. Now, I said yesterday, and I think I said in some other streams as well, that the wood elf was particularly good because they had a bonus to stealth. Well, they don't. The wiki says they do, but they don't. All you have is your extra movement speed. So rather than going 9.5 meters per turn, you can go 11. That is useful, don't get me wrong. But it's not as good as having a bonus to stealth, right? The only other thing that elves have going for them is... well, actually, no, that doesn't even really help either. The elven weapon training does give you proficiency in longsword and longbow, which you wouldn't normally have. The only one of those that you might want, with a very little itty bitty, is longbow. And I'm saying might because there might be some good longbows in the game that you might want to use. The fact of the matter is, though, the light crossbow does exactly the same amount of damage as the longbow. And there's really no... like, in other games, you'll hear me talk Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Neverwinter Nights, Neverwinter Nights 2. In all of those sorts of games, crossbows, if they were available, had a major disadvantage in that they were slow, so you could generally only shoot once per round, even if you had multiple attacks per round. Not a problem here, from what I can see. I could be wrong, but it looks like you have no issues. You can just use a crossbow and it will be fine. But even if that is the case, even if the crossbow does end up being slow later on when you get a second attack action per round, swap at that point to a short bow, or if you have the proficiency, a long bow, and you'll be fine. Right? 12 meters dark vision is nice to have, but it's not... it's... you know, I think you can get by without it, frankly. Like, there's magical items, there's spells and stuff that can get you around that. Tieflings. Tieflings don't really have anything except for dark vision that's going to be all that great. Now, a produce flame cantrip? Nah, doesn't really pertain to rogues. Mage hand, I find it useless. Not much use for a rogue. Thaumaturgy. You gain advantage on intimidation and performance checks. Don't care about that as a rogue. So, I mean, you might be going for an intimidation and performance build, but you know, it's not a big deal. So tieflings don't really have anything going for them. Drow. You would think Drow would make great rogues, but the only thing they have going for them is they have access to the rapier and the hand crossbow. But I think as a rogue, we get rapier anyway. If I pick a different race, dwarf, for example, yes, we still get rapier and hand crossbow anyway. So it doesn't really help you all that much as a drow. And your dark vision to 24 meters, yes, that is useful. Now, 24 meters is a good dark vision. 12 isn't. And the reason why is that the range of any ranged weapon, including spells, the maximum range you can use in this game is 18 meters. So if you've only got dark vision to 12 meters, you can't see to the maximum range of your weapon. If you've got 24 meters, you can see a little bit beyond where your weapon can go. So that means you can see the opponent and you creep a little bit closer, get them in range and shoot them, right? So that's the advantage there. But that's the only advantage that you will get. They have no bonus to stealth. Excuse me. And nothing else that's going to help them really as a drow. Humans, no. You get an extra skill. Yeah. And you're proficient with spears, pikes, halberds, and glaives. Now, spears, pikes, halberd, and glaives are, pikes, halberd, and glaives, being the longer version of spears, are good because they are reach weapons, so you can attack from a little bit further away. But you will not be able to sneak attack with them because you can only sneak attack with finesse weapons. That's my understanding of the rule. That seems to be what it says. No, maybe not. We might try that out. We might try and see if we can sneak attack with a larger weapon, a non-light, non-finessable weapon at some point, and see what goes on. But that would be the only advantage, is maybe if you can sneak attack with those weapons from a distance. I mean, they do a bit of damage as a weapon, so that might be a good choice. Githyanki. The only advantage the Githyanki really have: astral knowledge. You gain proficiency in a skill of your choice until long rest, or the skills of a chosen ability. So you could go proficiency in dex skills, and you would gain a bonus to stealth and picking locks and all that sort of stuff, disarming traps. That might be nice. The mage hand, again, nothing special. And you've got proficiency with light and medium armor, short swords, long swords, and great swords. So if you can sneak attack with a long sword or a great sword, it might be all right. But you got to remember, you're not going to change the damage of the sneak attack. You're just going to change the damage of your base weapon. So your base weapon can do any amount of damage. A dagger does 1d4, but your sneak attack is going to do 1, 2, 3, or however many d6 of damage, depending on your level. Every 2 levels it goes up. So at level 1, you do 1d6 of sneak attack damage. At level 3, you do 2d6, etc., etc. And it doesn't matter what weapon you do. So if you're using a great sword, which does 2d6 of damage normally, you're not going to do multiples of that amount of damage. Or if you've got a longsword which is doing 1d8 or 1d10 if it's in 2 hands, you're not going to be doing multiples of 1d10 as sneak attack damage. So there's no real advantage to using heavier weapons and gaining at the ability to use those weapons as a rogue. Dwarf, Battle axe, hand axe, light hammers, war hammers. Again, no real advantage to have those. 12 meters dark vision, okay, but not out to your full range if you're going to use missile weapons. And look, as a rogue, you should be using both missile and melee. There's no penalty to doing that. In other games, you would build either a ranged rogue or a melee rogue, and you really, if you made the choice, you would never swap. Because of the weapon focus abilities and things like that, which gave you bonuses. You don't have any of that now in 5th edition. So, as long as you're proficient with a weapon, you can use it without penalties, and you can't get any real bonus. Well, there are some feats which will give you some bonuses, yes, but it's a while before you get to take them. So, and you might decide not to take them, because taking a feat, you get the option. Take a feat or add to your ability scores. And in a lot of cases, people will just add to their ability scores and not add any bonus feats. So you've got that. And your save throw against poison, it's kind of nice, but look, particularly early game, I don't get poisoned much. Acid would be great. I'd love to be protected from acid, because everybody seems to throw acid at you. There are so many people throwing the low-level acid spells around. So, yeah. Half-elf, same as elf. You don't really get any major differences, except you get the weapon, the civil militia from a human side. Spears, pikes, halberds, and glaives. You don't get the long sword, short bow, long bow that you get as an elf. You do get their dark vision, and you do get their ancestry, which stops you from being charmed, and put to sleep, but it's nothing that stands out as spectacular as a rogue. Halflings are one of only a couple of races that work well as a rogue. The lucky feature is just great no matter what class you're going to build. You could use a halfling in any class and find this useful, because if you roll a 1 on any attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can re-roll, which is pretty damn good. And they're brave, so they have advantages on save throws against being frightened. If we go down the sub race, Lightfoot halflings are the ones you want, because you get advantage on stealth checks. So advantage means you roll twice anytime you have to do a stealth check, and you take the higher value. You take the better roll. So that is definitely good. Stronghearts are not as good, because all they get instead is basically the dwarven poison resistance, because it's rumoured that they have dwarven blood. You're better off going Lightfoot. Pretty much the only... one of the few good rogue races. The other is gnome, but only one type of gnome. So this gnome, the default gnomes get their cunning, so they get advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma save throws, which is nice, but it's not like I gotta have this. Rock gnomes get dark vision to 12 meters and artificer's law, so they're good at history checks. Speak to animals is nice for the forest gnomes, but not anything to write home about. And 12 meters dark vision. It's the deep gnomes with their 24 meters dark vision and advantage on stealth checks that it's a toss-up. Which is better? Do you want the ability to see better in the dark? Because halflings really don't get any. Did they? I don't think they did. No, halflings don't get any see in the dark, any abilities to see with infravision. But it's, but you're getting the same advantage on stealth checks. So this can be really good when you're down in the Underdark. There's no doubt about it. But I think the halfling edges out on that purely for the lucky attribute. Dragonborn. Dragonborn is an interesting one. I actually like Dragonborn, and I'm thinking I'm going to pick Dragonborn as my main character. For a couple of reasons. One, there are no other Dragonborn NPCs in the game. You can start the game as the Dark Urge, but I have no desire to do that, because the Dark Urge just wants to kill everything, and you've got to, try and resolve that. And I don't care about that side of the storyline. There are no other Dragonborns. You can't hire a Dragonborn hireling. You cannot do anything else. So it's something new. It's something different. But you get... first of all, the Halfling and the Gnome only have the 7.5 meter movement speed, which I noticed yesterday in the playthrough of the Paladin. It really felt like it was dragging me down. I had a couple of, I think I had a halfling and a gnome in my party, and I really noticed it. Oh no, it was a halfling and a dwarf. And I really noticed it in battle, that I'd have them try and dash to get closer, and yeah, they just weren't doing it. And when you think about it, they're doing 1.5, is it 1.5? 9 meters, and I think the halflings are 7.5. Yeah, so it's 1.5 meters less. So if you do a dash, it's 3 meters less that you can go, which is a third of the normal distance that any other race can do in just a normal movement. Third less. It's just I was noticing it in combat. The fact that the dwarf, halfling, and gnome cannot move as far did seem to be a little bit annoying. When we go down through the various sub-races, though, you all get a resistance to a particular type of damage and the ability to cause a particular type of damage. And taking, for example, a black Dragonborn, that would give us resistance to acid. And as I said, early game, everybody's throwing the acid around, whether it's acid arrows or acid splash cantrip or acid arrow spell, or throwing a bottle of acid. It seems to happen everywhere. Everybody uses acid. I have had very few enemies that use... Well, there are a couple of... Down in the crypt where Withers is, those skeletons, or whatever you want to call them, that come alive, they all are mages, and they tend to use cold against you a lot. But in any other party where there's a mage or whatever, everyone's slinging acid around. It just seems to, in early game, it seems to be such a big issue. So that would go down really well. And the ability to have the breath weapon that you can use once a day is actually pretty useful in a pinch. If you're playing a rogue and you get caught in a situation where it's going to be hard to, you got to play your rogues smart, right? You really need to be sure that you can break off combat when you need to. But having the acid breath just in case is actually quite nice. I don't think it can trigger a sneak attack, but it might be able to, because technically you can sneak attack with spells. So we might try this and work out whether that's possible or not. But Half-Orc doesn't really have much else going for them as a rogue. They have the dark vision, 12 meters. They have the ability that if they get downed, if they regain 1 hit point, that's nice. I haven't had to use it in my playthroughs previously. Their savage attacks with their criticals is not such a big thing when we're using sneak attacks, right? Because yes, a critical sneak attack will be nice. But, and I'm probably going to end up with a half-orc rogue in my party to see whether that's going to be feasible or not. But I think in this playthrough, I'm going to do a Black Dragonborn. I wasn't going to. I was going to do Halfling, but I just got so... I got so annoyed yesterday with how slow the Halflings were to move. The disadvantage we're going to have is that we're not going to have the advantage to stealth. So anytime we need to make a stealth check, we're not going to have that second roll to help us. But that's it. We're going to have the same skill at stealth. We're going to have the same skill at picking locks and disarming traps as the Halfling and the Gnome would. That's the beauty. Even though it's not the official D&D rules, the beauty of what Larian has done here, where they have removed any of the race-based bonuses to ability scores, mean that when you want to pick a race, the only thing that is important about that race are their racial features, like how far they can move and special abilities they can get as a race. But it doesn't matter. You can play, and how those special abilities fit with the class that you want to play. That's all that matters. You can be just as successful in that class as any other race, because you're going to end up with the same ability scores. It's not going to be a problem. So I think we're going to do a Black Dragonborn, because I definitely want the protection against acid. I could go... which one is it? Copper? I could go Copper Dragon instead, but I've got the perfect name for a Black Dragonborn rogue, I think. So, yeah, I think we're going to do that. Look, there's really... you want a background that's going to complement your rogue, and if you don't pick Urchin, you know, what are you doing? Because Sleight of Hand and Stealth are the two primarily rogue skills, right? But you could go Charlatan and go Deception and Sleight of Hand, or you could go Criminal and go Deception and Stealth, are the other options. Because that's the only other one that does... Charlatan's the only other one that is an ability that works with Sleight of Hand, right? And Criminal is the only other one that works with Stealth. But because we want a bonus to both, we're going to pick Urchin. Nice, simple. I mean, if you're more interested in going down the role-playing route, you could pick a Noble. You could do whatever you want, but we're going Urchin because we want the best ability at Stealth and Sleight of Hand. Now, I'm sure there's going to be debate on this. I'm sure there are people that will tell you that those stats are absolutely perfect, don't change a thing. But you only get a bonus on an even number, right? So even though we're plus 17 there, sorry, we are 17 there, we are only getting, I know it does show you somewhere what the bonus is. I thought it did when you hovered over something. Here we go, over Dexterity. So we're getting a plus 3. But if we go back to 16, we're still getting a plus 3. And here's the thing. When you go and get the ability to add points to your score, to your ability scores, you get 2 points to add, not 1, like you do in other games. And it's a choice between take a feat or add 2 points to a skill. So, or you can add 1 point to one skill and 1 point to another. That's fine. And if that's what you want to do, let's say you're planning to increase both dexterity and intelligence for whatever reason. Maybe you're going down the Arcane Trickster path and you want to increase both of those in tandem. And you can only get a skill to 20 maximum. So be aware of that. But I think you only get 6 points to add, because I think you get level 4, 8, and 12, and that's it. But I could be wrong. You don't get many points to add, so be aware of that. And that means you're not taking any other skills. You might find a skill that you really, a feat. You might find a feat that you really, really want. And I'm sure there are a couple that will really work well with rogues. But we're going to jump in And we're going to assume that you're going to take, if you're going to take any ability points, you're going to take the 2 points and you're going to put them both into one ability. Right? So, that means there's really no point in having dexterity at 17. Like, at no point does it say, oh, the difficulty check for something is your 17. What? Your ability points come from 14 base. It says at the bottom there, your ability points come from 15 base. That doesn't make sense. I have no idea what that means. Oh, 15 base plus the 2 assigned. That's what it means. Yes, okay. Ignore that. Right, so. Okay, so yes. There's no advantage to having dexterity at 17. There's nothing in the game that looks at the actual number of your dexterity and uses it for anything that I know of anyway. What it does is it looks at the bonus that you've got, and it usually uses that to help calculate something. So, 16 is just as good as 17, but 18, of course, is better. But we need, and we cannot start with an ability point at 18. The game does not allow it, right? There might be mods that you can install which give you free choice to put whatever you want, in which case you might actually be able to do the bonus and the +2 and the +1 on the same, or you might be able to just free pick, and because at the moment there's a limit of 17 as the max. You cannot go any higher. Even if I take as many points as I want out of all of these things, I cannot go higher than 17 on any ability, whether I'm using this bonus or not. If I move the bonus down to there, well, actually, without the bonus, I can't go higher than 15. So, there are limits in the game that you just cannot get around. Let me switch back to use recommended. So, do not think you have to stay on 17. If I drop that to 16, what happened to... Oh, the +1 was there in intelligence. Right, so if I drop that to 16, and because these are both 13s, if I drop those both to 12, I got 4 points to play with. So what can I do? Well, unfortunately, I can't get Constitution to 16 like that. So, I feel the better option here is chuck 2 points into Charisma, so you got a small bonus to Charisma, Wisdom, and Intelligence, which are used in a lot of dice checks at various times throughout the game, right? So having a little bonus in there, in all of them, is good. Okay? And then get rid of your penalty on strength. All that's really going to do is, well, you would have had, no, you wouldn't have. I was going to say you would have had a penalty on your damage rolls, but you don't, because if you're using finesse weapons, it does everything based on dexterity. Strength doesn't come into it at all, even damage, like it used to. So, but it means that you're going to be able to carry a little bit more without getting encumbered. That's the main thing. And I do find that when I'm on 8 strength, it feels like I'm getting encumbered very, very quickly. Having said that, leaving it on 8 is not a big deal, because once you get out of the prologue and into, like, the prologue when you're on the ship, sure, but there's not much stuff to pick up there. Once you get off the ship, you can always just send stuff to camp. And that is what I do. You've seen me in my other playthroughs. I was talking yesterday about how there was a video by Extra Life that I watched that was all these tricks and tips that they wish they knew before they started playing the game, and things that you should do when playing the game. And one of them was that, you can send stuff to camp. But the big thing that they didn't mention was that you can just go back and forth to camp at any time. Right? And so you can, as you're adventuring along, you can just send everything to camp so that you're carrying the absolute minimum at all times. And then if you find there's something that you need outside of combat, of course, or if you get to somewhere where you can sell stuff, just go to camp, pick up everything, and go straight back. You're standing there right next to the merchant. It doesn't matter if you're over encumbered, and then you can just sell everything. So they're really, strength from an encumbrance point of view is not really a big deal. If you're playing a lot of melee and you're using non-finesse weapons, then having strength at 8 means that you're not going to hit as often because you'll have a +1 penalty, a -1 penalty to hit, and you also have a -1 penalty to damage, so you're going to do less damage. So that would be a real disadvantage, but we're going to be sticking to finesse-based weapons, so an 8 is not going to be a problem here. But we can't really do much else with those 2 extra points, unless we want to try something like this. Can we get that? No, we can't get that any higher than 15. Unless we drop that there, we can get 2 16s. That actually might be quite a good option. I don't know if the intelligence is really going to help us much. Then we're sort of like that. And that's not too bad. The extra point... So we've gone from +2 to +3 Constitution, which means we start with 3 extra hit points rather than 2. Which, on any difficulty except for exploration, is probably a good idea. So we don't have charisma bonuses, we don't have wisdom bonuses, we have an intelligence bonus. Actually, I think I'm going to swap that and just do it like that. No intelligence bonus, no charisma bonus, but wisdom. Because wisdom, one of the proficiencies down here that I do want to be careful, that I do want to be using, right, is these things like investigation. That's an intelligence-based one. Insight and perception, though, are wisdom-based, and I would really like bonuses in those. So getting those to be +3 rather than +2, it's not a huge difference, but I think that works well for a rogue. Shoving and resisting being shoved is not a big deal for me. I almost don't need that either, but there's not much else that I want to put it in. So I'm going to take acrobatics, and we're going to leave it at that. So that's going to be my build. I probably do want to edit the appearance a little bit. Actually, I don't mind that head very much at all, to be honest. But I hate this voice.
What was... Let's hope the locals are friendly. Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Like, none of the voices sound good for someone that would be a Dragonborn. You expect the voice to be a little bit more raspy. Yep, this is a new start, Andre. This is a Rogues Band playthrough. Band of Rogues. We're going to... I'm probably not going to have Astarion because I just don't like the main characters in my party. So we're just going to end up hiring... Once we get to level 3, we're going to end up hiring 3 other hirelings, and we are going to respec any of them that aren't rogues to rogues, and we're going to just sneak around everywhere and just tear the place up, basically, and have some fun. No body art. The eyes, I'm happy with that. The eye makeup, I didn't want. That's good. And the tail. That's the interesting thing. It doesn't give you a tail by default as a Dragonborn, and I really think you should have one. So I'm going to have a tail. And look, a black Dragonborn rogue would have to be called Void. Like, surely.
You need a guardian. Choose one.
And I don't know, maybe we'll go with a Gith. I don't know. So, let's dive on in. Alright, nice and quick. I'm not going to stealth through the early parts of this because I know that there's really no point. So I just want that onyx, which I'm actually not even sure how much that onyx is worth. How much is it? 35 gold. Okay, that is worth picking up. And then there's a chest over here, which I don't remember what it has in it. I think it's just a handful of gold. Yeah, another 13. Almost worth picking up. There's really nothing else in this first room of interest except for the dead mind flayer. Who here's a pearl this time, and that chest back over there. So let's get that. That's alright, Andre. Have a good time.
Don't waste a step.
Okay. So, we have started with 11 hit points. That's more than I thought we would get. Does it actually tell us how it got to 11 hit points? Eight base. I thought rogues had 6 base hit points. I guess not. So 11 is nice. Okay. There's always a little bit of gold on the goblin. I'm curious. I haven't done a full save yet, so let's do that. Save. There we go. Is it worthwhile coming up here and doing this interaction? I currently have oh, 0 XP. Alright. So, I'm actually going to do a little test here. I haven't tested this before, so we're going to do a quick save. Now, I can just attack this guy. What? I got 1 experience for doing that, which is pitiful. What do I get? If we actually do this interaction.
Yes, the expo.
Please. Before they return!
And you realize you're talking to an intellect devourer.
Destroy the
A
brain.
minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Did I get... I got nothing. What the hell? I got 0 experience points for that. Why? Better turn these on. Let's try the third option.
Can't risk being in open view.
still only got 1 experience point for that. I never noticed that before. Come on, Larian, that's ridiculous. Particularly if you recognize that that is a intellect devourer and you kill it before it's able to get out. Surely you should get even like 5 experience points, something for doing that.
Abominable head.
You are no thrall. Flag it. We will address the matter of a cure.
All right. Why did she just get 1 experience? Because I had 1 experience point, so it had to even her out? I think so. Okay. There's no way I'm going to be able to get a sneak attack off here. Just the way it is. So let's just do a normal attack. And good. We did manage to kill it. And I've got nothing that I can really use of any particular use. I've got Flourish, but I'm not close enough to do anything. There's no sense dipping my sword in the blood or anything like that, so we'll end our turn.
Taste my fury.
Not going to be able to get close enough to do a sneak attack. And he didn't have the weapon. Yeah, but that was the action that I had, so I can't attack this round. That's fine. Lizelle can finish it off.
Be known. You prove surprisingly adequate in battle.
Adequate.
Now, to the helm.
Alright, what has he got? And I've done that one. It's these two I haven't. Alright, Gazelle, you can have that. Because they have the other short sword that we want. Now, we want to be very careful in this setup. We want to turn off dual wielding. So by default, it's automatically turned on this. If I click it, see how it's now just showing a single weapon. The reason we want to do that is if we leave that on, when we go and attack, it's going to automatically attempt to dual wield. So that means if I have a bonus action still available, it is going to use that to attack with my offhand weapon. And while that is nice, I want to make the choice. What happened to the Paladin playthrough? Welcome, and yes, I said at the end of the last stream, the only reason I was actually playing the Paladin was I had been playing a rogue offline and was loving it, and I saw a video where someone was talking about the Paladin, and I realized how good it could be, and I wanted to try out some of those features. But I still felt Rogue is a better, more fun for me anyway to play through. So I might come back to the Paladin playthrough at a later time and play a bit more of it. But ultimately, this is the playthrough that I've really been wanting to do. And I've started a couple of other Rogue playthroughs and definitely enjoyed them. And this time we're playing on normal difficulty rather than Explorer, so we'll see how that goes. So yeah, that's what happened to the playthrough. Come on. Ooh, didn't kill him. All right. I'm not going to be close enough, so I might just move back a little bit.
Victory awaits.
And then you can put that in him. And we're done. Beautiful. Yeah, there's never anything in him. Alright.
How many hosts of these gay infected?
Thousands. I don't know, but I think they've actually infected hundreds, if not thousands, of hosts. I'm not going to take the candle, because it's just... Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, as I've said. I can just send it to camp later on, but... Oh, there's some junk in this game. There really is. I mean, there's junk in every game. It's how the designers sort of fill the world with junk as a way to try and tell you that you shouldn't loot everything, but they know you're going to loot everything.
The console appears dormant.
Alright,
The
put the
console
slot
comes
in.
to life.
Place my hand on the console. Doesn't matter whether I win or lose on the arcane check, so no sense doing it.
Then discomfort fades, and another
And
sensation
there's not
washes
much chance of me
over you.
failing this.
Connection. Authority.
That's one of the reasons why I got the +1 in wisdom. Not that it matters on this check in particular, but with a difficulty class of 2, a 1 is an automatic failure. And because I had a +1 in wisdom, even if I rolled a 2, it would become a 3 and I would get through. So the chance of actually failing this
You feel
was
the
almost
biomechanical
non-existent.
brain of the console. A shiver run.
Right, let's get Shadowheart.
I thought that
Your mum.
you keep dangerous company. Fair, let me come with you. Shadow. It's not enough. She's right.
Okay, onwards. Stealth is also pretty useless in this next fight, so I'm not going to bother with that either.
We are nearing the helm.
Who put Kenyan?
Okay, we do actually need to restore.
I feel
Go.
better.
Do it.
We need to get out of here now.
No, the game keeps telling you to turn on the tactical mode, hit O in combat, and it's like when you're inside a building, it's terrible. I've got this tiny little hole to look through. No, thank you. Well, I mean, I've got almost as many hit points as Lizelle does.
On my way.
I was considering running up and melee attacking him. And quite frankly, whether I use a melee attack or not, I got the same chance to hit. +5, +5. It's just this can do a little bit higher damage in the long run, and it did do 10 points of damage, which would have been impossible with this. I don't know how many hit points the lesser Hellbore actually had. But yeah. Is there anything useful I can do? No.
What should I do? Time to meet your maker.
And you're going to search all of these guys. Intellect Devours are not going to have anything on them, but the Imps might. Wonderful.
I am fury. I am death. Taking a
You can
look.
search that guy. He's not going to be anything on him, but do it anyway. Okay. Dash. Where is it? There.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Can't afford to let up.
We're going to dash. Da, da, da. Might as well
Should
dash
check for
away.
anything useful.
Topaz. How much is the topaz worth? 60. Deployed.
Time to strike.
I mean, I could get her to come over here and search those guys, but we don't really care that much.
I'm ready. Got to press on.
You can get up to there, and then... Oh, beautiful. Critical hit with the spell.
Victory awaits. On the move.
Wonderful.
This ship hits the ground, we're dead.
Forward, Istik, before more dragons come.
On I go.
You can sit
Time to strike. Open up.
Yeah, we'll just do the transponder. That guy's not likely to have much on him, so it'll be a short sword or a hand axe,
The helm's
maybe a
aim and
light
transponder.
crossbow.
You've made it in time.
See, in combat, hit O to enter tactical view. Like, really? It's not all that great. What the hell?
As you wake, the tadpoles squirm, okay, and you'll need the tadpole.
That was super weird. Yeah, I'll say.
You're alive. We might have. We need each other. One. Lead the way.
That's the only problem with playing Dragonborn, though. Just remember, you normally get some sort of headgear in this. The frumpy hat. And it always looks ridiculous on the Dragonborn. So, yeah. Let's go stealth, because there are some intellect devourers up there, although I don't think...
What's hiding here?
I've never had those intellect devourers be triggered just by going up to this guy here. Even when I've just run up here with any other character.
Breathe deep and move.
But, you know, I'll be careful. Because I'm playing a rogue, so that's sort of the way we do things. Take it easy from here. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to pick up all the damn ingredients. Yeah, it would be nice to see the Dragonborn have a bit better breath weapon, you know, getting better as they level up, etc. But, or even just more uses of it per day. But, you know, I'm actually more, like, the reason I chose this, and in particular the black, is more for the resistance than for the weapon. I've just found that early in the game, the number of times there are enemies that have some form of acid attack that use it against you, whether it's, you know, the mage up there using acid splash. I think the archer up there has arrows of acid as well. It's everywhere. Yeah, I would have thought poison would have been more prevalent as well.
Should mind my step.
But yeah, it's not. It seems to be everybody wants to use poison against you. Not poison, acid. Let's try and pick this, shall we? There's no actual need to do it. But let's get the bonus from that. Always use this guidance cantrip, because it's a cantrip. You can use it as often as you need to, as long as Shadowheart is in your party. Later on, you can get an amulet to do it, and that's what I'm going to use. So I'm getting, what is that? For 10, a bonus of 10 plus whatever that is going to be. So I have to roll at least, well, I probably have to roll at least a 6 to have a chance. But if I roll a 10 or higher, I'm in. Oh. Why do I have to say that? Oh my god, this is... I don't think I've had any other rogue who ever had a problem getting through this door. I was just always really lucky with my rolls, I guess. Did I use up all of my lockpicks? I did. I thought there was another lockpick around here somewhere. I thought he had one. Guess not. No, I thought one of the bodies here had one. I was positive. I probably already picked it up. I think it was that one. Anyway.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Sneak again. Search this body.
More of those wretched things.
So who got seen? Because I didn't. Void was spotted by Intellect Devourer in a clearly lit area. Well, that makes no sense. Because it just said that I had succeeded in the check. Like, if that's going to happen, surely I should have a roll with a penalty on it. You know, like, it should be that I have to roll, you know, 2 points higher than normal, or 4 points higher than normal, or something to succeed, because I'm in
I don't need any attention right now.
a well-lit area. But I out and out succeeded on that check, and then it still said that I was seen. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Yeah.
May the gods take you first. Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
Did that not kill him? No. All right. Can I jump up to here? I can. Didn't really help me a lot to jump up there, but I thought jumping up there might give me some advantage. I said it before and I'll say it again. I just don't like the whole concentration thing anymore in D&D 5th edition. I can understand concentration when casting the spell, but the fact that you've then got to concentrate on the spell to maintain it, no. I don't like that. So, like, that's why I'm reluctant to... I could cast Shield of Faith on Void, even though technically I probably don't need to. Well, yeah, it would bring me up to the same AC as Shadowheart. It will add a +2 to my armor class. Right? But she has to maintain concentration to keep that shield up. I sort of understand it, but at the same time, it's a damn big change to the way magic works in 5th edition, because all of those spells just used to be set and forget. Alright? Now, if something breaks your concentration, all of those spells unweave. Like, there's so many spells. You can sit there and you can buff the hell out of... Like, you can have a mage who buffs the hell out of himself with all of these sorts of magical wards and protections, and then someone finds a way to break his concentration, and that'll all just crumble. And he's just completely unprotected again. Yeah, not a fan of it. Gotta say, not a fan. Alright. End your turn. Well, we are definitely going to switch to our melee weapon, seeing as you decided to come up here and join me. There we go. Nothing on the body, that's fine. I might as well just stay up here. I can't do anything this turn. Once I get my next level, it'll be nice, because then I can use stealth as a bonus action. Like, I can't level up now because we're in the middle of combat, but yes, like that. End of your turn. And I will use my offhand attack at the moment because... And that was a critical hit too. All right. Yeah. Okay. Let's... Yes, let's level up. So yeah, the reason why I turned off dual wielding was to give me that option, because that bonus action, you know, what I really want to be doing with that is cunning action hide, where I use my bonus action to hide, or to dash, or to jump, or to disengage, sorry, not jump. I think you can already use jump as a bonus action, I can't remember. But that's more what I want to be doing with the bonus action than attacking in a lot of cases, but having the ability to do the attack if I want, but make it my choice. If you turn on that ability to dual wield, then an attack will use both your main attack and your bonus action at the same time. Excuse me. Prepare spells. I don't like using inflict wounds, despite the fact that it is a wonderful spell. It's a necromancy spell, so I hate it. That's just me. But for a first level spell, that's a ridiculous amount of damage. Like, just... It's a touch-based spell, so you've got to be in close. But 3 to 30 points of damage? OMG, that is ridiculous. But, you know, I just don't like it. And, quite frankly, I don't like Shield of Faith because it's a concentration spell. Actually, I think I'm going to leave that one in there, Inflict Wound in there, but we're also going to take Create or Destroy Water. And the reason I picked Create or Destroy Water is because the other second most used source of damage in the game against us is fire. And if you have somebody who can just create some water and drop it on the surface, it extinguishes the fire immediately and is supremely useful. Having said that, we all know that I'm not going to be keeping Shadowheart in my active party for very long. So, it's not going to be that useful. Might as well take our short rest right now.
That helped.
As I mentioned yesterday, I'm going to mention this as often as I can in these playthroughs, because I think it's the one thing that the game really, really does a disservice to you on. And that is, not just using your short rest, use a long rest as often as you can, right? Like, don't be stupid about it. But if you remember games like the Neverwinter Nights series 1 and 2, you just had to sit down on the ground for 10-15 seconds or whatever it is, and you got everything back. You got all of your spells, you got all of, all of your health back. That was it, right? Well, the only thing that you need in this game is you need camping supplies. And there is a lot of them available if you're searching everything. You will find a lot. So and you can buy them pretty easily as well. They're not all that expensive. So, do not worry about it. If you see, what is that, a flute? If you see the, if you've been in a big battle and everyone's beat up and you've used up all your spells for the day, short rests aren't going to do it. The only class, if I remember rightly, the only class that gets any of their spells back in a short rest is the Warlock. Now, don't get me wrong, sorcerers can use their sorcery points to regain spell slots. Wizards can use their arcane focus to regain spell slots. There might be ways that druids and clerics and some of the other spellcasters can get some of their spells back. But there's a limit to how many they can get back. It's usually very few. And, that's one of the things I love about the rogue, though. The rogue doesn't have any real per-day uses. Yes, you get 2 short rests, and then you have to take a long rest. So, twice a day you can restore 50% of your hit points, and warlocks restore their spell slots. Whereas if you want to restore everything, you have to go to camp. I have 100... I currently, at the start of the game, having done nothing special, on the default difficulty, I have, 4 days worth of camping supplies. And quite frankly, that's a little bit stupid. Not that I've got 4 days worth. The fact that it costs 40 supplies, no matter how many people. Right now, I only have 2 people in my party. If I rest right now, it's just Shadowheart and myself in the camp. And yet it would cost me 40 camping supplies for us to rest. Which is kind of insane when later on, if you don't kick people out and nobody dies, you've got the absolute minimum of about 8 party members. Because you've got Lizelle, you've got Shadowheart, you've got Astarion, you've got Will, you've got Gale, you've got Karlach. That's 6. I'm assuming Withers doesn't eat anything. You do have Scratch as well if you find him. But then later on, you can also add other party members, such as Jahia and Minsk. And then there's about 3 or 4 other... Like, all the classes in the game are... So I think there's like 9 classes or something in the game. All of them are represented by a character. Actually, no, there's like 12 or 13 classes in the game. So they're all represented by an NPC who can be in your party. And on top of that, you can hire up to 3 hirelings as well. So if there's 12 NPCs, or 11 NPCs... No, there's 12 NPCs plus 3. So 15 people can rest on 40 supplies, but 2 people also need 40 supplies to rest. So, yeah, kind of silly, but I can sort of understand why they did it, I suppose. We are going to quick save before we get into this trunk, because it shouldn't be a problem for us, but we did waste all of our lockpicks on that other door, and quite frankly, I don't want to waste any more. And this is going to be the big... Well, that's what quick saves are for. I was going to say, this was going to be the big test, because I have, in other playthroughs, recently noticed that, and I've mentioned this before, that when I use lockpicks, not trap kits, just lockpicks, you're only supposed to use up the lockpick when it fails. Thieves' tools enable you to open locks based on sleight of hand check. The tool breaks on an unsuccessful attempt. Right? And it will tell you at the end whether you used it, whether it broke. And it always says that you used it. And I've actually seen that it actually did break, even though I successfully got in. Add the bonus. There we go. Click to roll. We rolled a 12. We got a 12. Success. No problem. Unlocked. Used Thieves' tools. Okay. It didn't break, which is good. God, that helmet looks stupid on me. Look at it. Look at it. I've had to unstitch it and split the entire back of it open to slam it on my noggin. I'm going to leave it on because it looks just so absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Let's interact with the Astarion.
Hurry! I've got there, in the grass. There. Shh. Not a sound. Not if you want to keep that. And you.
I need him.
Now, I saw you on the ship.
Headbutt with a +2 for melee weapon proficiency.
Splendid. And now you're going to tell me exactly what you and those tentacled freaks did to me.
You're mine. You tried.
What was that? What's going on?
There we go. Dexterity. Slip free while he is distracted. We've already got guidance going. Boom. Success. Why is he holding the knife upside down?
They took you.
Yeah, I know you can turn off the helmet
Just the same
appearance,
as me.
but it just looks so stupid. Like, either make it like Pillars of Eternity. Pillars of Eternity had, I can't remember the names of the different types of beings that they were, but they were these beings that had weird growths coming out of their heads and stuff, and you just couldn't wear a helmet. There were other games, I can't think which ones. But yeah, like, they could have just said, oh, you can't wear a helmet. This type of character cannot wear a helmet because there is no helmet made that would fit them. Yeah, it was God something, I think, but I can't remember what it was. Godborn, yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah. But yeah, same thing here. It's like, why not just make it that these guys cannot wear helmets, rather than doing that stupid thing? But I'm going to try on every helmet I can now. I don't mind. There's the shapeless sort of, I don't know what it is, but it's not quite a beret, but you know, those shapeless sort of hats. They don't look too bad on some of the Dragonborn, but just the normal helmets look terrible. Right, Astarion.
Is that so?
Yeah. Let's get on with it. Come on, join my party. There we go. Very good. Let's give him... Here's the thing, right? There's actually no reason why I couldn't be using all daggers. Or Astarion can't use all daggers. He's currently got one. Let's just give him that one. And let's give him a crossbow. And 1 second, I will be right back. Hang on. All right. Yes. Let's give you your daggers. You can have that. Send that to camp. Give me that. Grease bottles. I really should use those more. Okay, that. Let's try and be sensible about this. That's garbage. That's garbage. The really annoying thing about the rapier is nice, don't get me wrong. And quite frankly, I would use it if I knew that I was never going to need a second weapon. Actually, let's keep it in. Let's keep it for the moment. The rapier is nice, but you can't wield another weapon with it, which I think is silly. Like, as long as the offhand weapon is light and finessable, you should be able to do rapier and dagger, but you can't. You can do short sword and dagger, you can do short sword and short sword, but you cannot do rapier and dagger. I can understand not doing rapier and short sword. I can live with that. That doesn't, you know, seem wrong in any way to me. But the fact that I can't do rapier and dagger is a little annoying. I really wish I could. In fact, because the hand axe is light, I can do short sword and hand axe. I can even do, I think, like some of the weapons like, I think mace and warhammer are considered light weapons. I don't remember. Anyway, let's put all those to the camp. Maybe I will just, for something different, I might just go rapier for a little bit. See, I cannot go dagger with that. So I've got no option for a bonus attack. Yet I can go short sword and dagger. Hell, I can go dagger and short sword. It doesn't matter. I can do it however I want. But rapier and dagger it will not let you do, and that just seems wrong. I think I need to learn there is actually a 2-weapon fighting feat that you can take later on. And that would then allow you, I think, to do it. But I think it'd also allow you to dual wield like 2 rapiers, which is also kind of stupid. You know? I've always felt that, because Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2 would let you do that, for example, and it always felt stupid to me, dual wielding rapiers. Because apart from, you know, showing off in some, you know, little scene in a movie, like the Three Musketeers, one of them might grab another rapier and put it in his offhand and be dual wielding very briefly. Nobody ever did that. Nobody would ever do that. A light weapon in your offhand, yes, but something that big and clumsy, no. I'm going to follow my own advice that I mentioned the other day here as well. You don't need, like, this camping supplies sack, you don't need to keep, like, I'm going to keep it on me because anything that I gather that is camping supplies will go into the sack. But I can just go send to camp for all of that because the only time I need it is in the camp. And it's automatically accessible if it's in the camp chest. So I'm going to do the same with all of that because I don't want to be carrying that. And it just reduces the amount of stuff that you're carrying around for no real reason. It's also, I mean, the keys weigh almost nothing, so it's probably not worthwhile doing that. And look, depending on how things go later on, healing potions, particularly the small healing potions like this, it might be worthwhile keeping some of those back in your camp rather than always keeping them on you, because, you know, if you need more than a couple during a fight, then you're not ready for that fight. You know, it's all a little bit weird. So what do I do? Do I go rapier or do I go to dual short swords? The plan is that what I really want to be doing, as I said, if I am dual wielding, it's there just as a purely backup option, because most of the time in combat, my bonus action should be either going back into stealth so that I can have another chance at a sneak attack, or if somebody's in my face, it should be me repositioning, which is what the cunning action dash or the cunning action disengage is about. It's getting the hell out of there so that I don't have to worry, because normally it's a full action to dash or disengage, whereas I want to get out of the middle of combat. So the number of times where I'm actually going to want to stay there, and I could... no, Acid Breath is a full action, that's the problem. So I can't... Although it resets after a short rest. I've got to remember that. I've got to use it more. Yeah. I think I will stick with Rapier for the time being. It's a little bit more damage, not a huge amount. 2 points extra, but... And what the hell? Let's give Astarion... No, let's not. Let him keep the daggers. Why not? Send all that to camp. I'm going to be careful what I sell out of all that stuff, though, because, as I said, once I hit level 3, I'm planning on getting other party members. And I don't want to have to go and buy stuff for them. I want the stuff already sitting in camp, ready to go. Okay, let's come down here. There's one more body to loot. Right there, of a dead mind flayer. And it's mostly junk, I don't want the skull. And then...
That's a friendly looking shadow.
We're all going to sneak.
There, a mind flayer. And it's hurt.
That thing's bound to be dangerous, even if injured. Best be careful.
Right. I say, why did it say it was an invalid target?
Monster. Death is too good for it.
It was a critical hit because it was downed, but it was also a sneak attack. Okay, that's interesting. I want to have a look at that. So that did 2d8 piercing damage plus the dexterity modifier plus 2d6 piercing damage. So the 2d8 piercing damage was from the crossbow. So that is the critical crossbow damage. Normally it only does 1d8. It critical, so it does double damage. My sneak attack at the moment should only be 1d6. So critical sneak attacks. Let me just confirm that. Where is it? Where? Yes. So. So that there is the sneak attack damage. The weapon normally does 1d8 plus 3 piercing damage. That's from the crossbow. And then I do an extra 1d6 piercing damage as the sneak attack. So, yeah, critical sneak attacks are a thing. What we're going to test later on is we are going to get a half-orc and turn them into a rogue. And we're going to see if they do an extra dice of both
checking for
weapon
supplies,
and critical damage because of their savage ancestry or whatever it's called, that gives them the extra dice of critical damage. I want to see if that applies to the sneak attack as well. And then again, what's probably going to happen though, so what we found yesterday with the greatsword was the greatsword, like a two-handed axe does, a great axe does 1d12 of damage, right? And when a half-orc crits with it, they end up doing 3d12 of damage. Which makes sense, because the description says you roll one extra damage dice. So normally you would roll one dice for the normal attack, 1d12, a second dice because it's a critical, 2d12, and then the half-orc gets a third dice, 3d12. But with the greatsword and the maul, they, as a weapon, normally do 2d6 of damage. So when that crits, that actually does 4d6 of damage. And my assumption was that would be 6d6 of damage when a half-orc uses it. But it's only 5d6. It adds just one dice, even though technically the weapon does 2 dice worth of damage normally. That's silly. I think, as far as I'm concerned, that's not the way it's supposed to be. But that's just a silly way that Larian Studios has implemented it. So, what I suspect will happen is, as a rogue, a half-orc will do, if they get a critical sneak attack, they will do 3 times weapon damage for... So if that was the bow, it would have been 3d12 for the weapon. And then it would add on their dexterity bonus, whatever. And then whatever their sneak attack is, it would add just one more dice to the sneak attack. So, well, it'd double the sneak attack and then add one more. So if you're doing 3d6, so if you're at level 5 or higher, 5 or 6, and you're doing 3d6 of sneak attack damage, what would happen is the game would, it would be 6d6 critical damage for a sneak attack normally, and then it would add an extra 1 dice to that. But I could be wrong with the sneak attacks. The sneak attack critical damage might only just add 1 extra dice normally. I don't know. We will see. But I'm interested to see what goes on, because
What's going
sneak attacking with a rogue,
somehow.
a critical rogue sneak attack should do like the most damage in the game. That's just it. Like there's nothing else that should be doing anywhere near, particularly at higher levels. Some spells maybe, but
Approach the sigil on
not
the
much
stone.
else. Okay, let's get this out of the way.
A hand?
Sleight of hand.
Anyone?
Let's take the bonus because we want to. 21, made it with ease.
Hello.
No
A bit shocked.
apologies. You're alright. Yes, go on.
Most, no doubt.
No
Most certainly going to
stranger.
need it.
Sounds like a
Oh,
plan.
an active-
Welcome to join me. Welcome to the party. Level up, dude. You gained 2 spells. So, I always take Chromatic Orb because, again, that does a lot of damage. Not the 3d10 that Shadow Heart's inflict damage was doing, but 3d8 is nothing to be sneezed at, and the Chromatic Orb can do lots of different effects. It says thunder there, but it actually does all of the different elements, which aren't just for earth, water, wind, and what have you. It's fire, ice, I think poison, Thunder. I can't remember. There's a whole bunch of them. I don't. Yeah, and he doesn't have magic missile yet, so we're going to take that. Excuse me. Another spell which is really nice is Ice Knife. Yeah, it's a really. I think it's a pretty good spell as well. So yes, we will take that, and then prepare spells. Thunder Wave is good, but you've got to be so close to use it that I hate it. Sleep is great early game, so if we're going to keep him, I'll keep it. Witch Bolt, I find so hard to use effectively, because the way that this spell would really work wonderful is what it does is it creates a line of lightning between you and a target, and everything in that path gets lightning damage. And every round, as long as you're concentrating, you can deal an additional amount of damage by activating it. So theoretically, if you've got a small group that are all lined up, you can do a lot of damage with it. But I never, ever find a group set up well to use it. So let's go with that. Grease is sort of useful sometimes, but it's too situational with Grease. And I mean, if you saw my Paladin playthrough the other day, I literally ran out down in this temple here underground where Withers is. I pre-greased a bunch of areas that those skeletons were going to run through when they tried to come and attack me, and none of them slipped in it. It's like, what's the point of using grease if it doesn't... I mean, it wasn't the grease spell, it was grease bottles, but still, it's the same thing. Like, I greased surfaces, and it did nothing. Like, it seemed like they didn't even do checks. They just ran through it like it wasn't there. So yeah. Okay. We don't need to do anything to Gale. I think his inventory is set up pretty good. Let's get this junk back to camp so that we're not carrying it all. Pretty... I was going to say, I'm pretty sure, because I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that we share those items. What? You don't have any key there? Well, hang on. If I go send to camp there... What? These guys all have supplies on them as well. Get it. But anyway, that's cool. The problem is, at this level, Gale is so low level that it feels strange to give him mage armor, but he's only got 14 hit points. And you know that they're going to target him. So I'll do that. And let's move on. No.
To do.
Thank you. Let's move on. Let's get Lizelle, but we'll send her to camp. I don't want her in the party. I want to try and do this without killing these guys, because
Zoru was right.
they're not actually
And if it is
Your skull pounds in response.
evil or anything. They're just some of the tieflings that are in the druids camp. I don't have a very good chance with deception or persuasion, to be honest. But we made it. So
he's right. Let's go. We need to... You didn't hear it. Shook our camp good, so we came for a look.
Should have been using guidance to get bonuses
Northwest.
to all of that.
Look.
And be careful. Enough gawking. Get me down.
Yeah.
Observe and listen. You'll hear goblins before you see them.
As you say. The tadpole hasn't yet scratched, but the
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness.
You're full up. Dismiss someone. Very
Maybe it
well.
can't.
But the horned ones mentioned a crash must be. I will be at your.
All right. Should have actually checked who had the better stealth ability. Because I'm trying to decide whether to go and get Will in my party by going to the Emerald Glade and going through that whole big battle, or just heading straight over to the Overgrown Ruins and going through all of that. To get Withers in the camp. I'm not at 3rd level yet, so I can't get the Hirelings, but I've got to get Withers in my camp to get the Hirelings, so I've got to do it at some point. There's nothing I really need from the Emerald Grove as far as equipment. Having said that, there is some nice equipment there. And there might be some armor. Actually, there will be some armor. There won't be many... I don't think there'll be any weapons as rogues that I really want. But there is, I think, some leather +1 that I can pick up, at least. Yeah, let's go to the Emerald Grove. Get that short bow. I don't know whose that is. I don't know why it's just lying there in the middle of the road like that, but it is. And we're going to come around this way so that we uncover the
We should check it out. But be careful.
waypoint. Because it's always annoying to come back here and have to discover the waypoint later. I don't know why the waypoint isn't inside the grove. There's a part of me that wants to try and sneak up the top here. Yeah, I think we will.
This calls for careful footwork.
Some of the time I like to get up on this and have my party members shoot down. And you do have the 2 or 3 goblins that are up here to contend with. But if we sneak up there, we can take them by surprise. The biggest problem then is that we often have to get down off the top there to target some of the enemies that end up over there. But apart from that, it's a nice elevated position to shoot down from. We don't have anyone shooting up at us has penalties. Not that many of them will.
Wonder if the
Yeah, I
gods
think
are
we'll do
watching me.
this. Actually, I want a full save, I think. I don't think there's anything else I want to do to set things up. Gale's got his armor on. Is there...
What comes now?
I mean, you could... I got rid of your sanctuary, didn't I? Yeah, I did.
I can be subtle sometimes.
Did we give Astarion the crossbow? We did. Wonderful. Yep, I think we're all set up well. You notice I never give Shadowheart a crossbow, or in particular Gale as well. Gale, of course, doesn't need it because he's got all of his cantrips and spells. But Shadowheart also has the flame cantrip that she can just use anytime she wants to. And that's the thing these days. In earlier games where wizards spellcasters didn't have unlimited cantrips, I would always try and give them a missile weapon as a backup. If they were allowed crossbows by the rules, I'd give them a crossbow. Otherwise, they'd have a sling, or even darts, or throwing daggers, or something like that if I had to. But these days, it's not a problem.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody get...
What's going on?
Goblins are... You... Flip... Cannon! Shit!
Damnable rot and suffer its sting.
Right.
Scout! Get to the high ground! Raiders! Charge the bastards!
Okay, so we lost our stealth here. I don't know why we automatically lose our stealth. I mean, we are out in the open, I guess, but... What is going to be better? We've only got... 2 guys here to worry about. I mean, does he even know that we're there? We've got advantage on him because he's so close to me, I guess. Was that really a sneak attack? Yes. Beautiful. And it did kill him. Wonderful. I think I want you up near the edge there, and then back into stealth, please.
Never a dull moment.
Now, do I want to take the shot on you? Can I get a stealth attack? Path is interrupted. Damn it. What about... Path is interrupted. Must have advantage. The thing is, I can use my bonus action hide to hide first.
Out of sight, out of mind.
And then make the attack. Has that turned off all of these already? How have they all been turned off when I had them turned on before? God, this interface and this game really gets to me sometimes. Okay, that didn't sneak attack, but that's okay. And I'm no longer hidden. That's the thing. I'm going to have to make my next shot unhidden from Void and then hide afterwards, because if I hide first and then attack, as soon as I attack, I'm no longer hidden. But, yeah. Oh, critical hit. Well done. I forget her name, but Ramira. Shadowheart's turn.
Onward.
Really? That's annoying.
Allow me to demonstrate. Let's light them up.
What do we got? You've got 4 more hit points to go. You've got 8, 9, 26 on the warg, 27 on the bugbear. Let's do a magic missile. Oh, hang on. Too many hit points. I thought that was right on the limit. Oh, 24. Oh, damn it. I could put a grease underneath him. That would give me advantage so that I could get a sneak attack from there without having to go into stealth. Let's see if this works. And he did the same back to us. Starion gets up. But it's my turn. Can I sneak attack? Must have advantage. I've got advantage. I think what it's going to do is it's going to be an automatic crit. Yes. Maybe that wasn't an automatic crit. Yeah, I don't think my hide is going to be successful, but I'm going to try it anyway. No, it wasn't. Spotted by the booyarg. She's almost dead. Take out the booyarg, please. Thank you. And then you can hide. Ah, see, that was successful. I should have waited. Because we had the same initiative, so I could have done some of my actions and then switched over to Astarion, had him do his actions, kill the booyarg, and then I could have hidden as well, successfully. The bugbear's back up. Did he use a... Yeah, he shoved. Not enough movement. Critical miss.
May the dice roll in my favor.
He's got 13 hit points. How many has he got left? Save one for him. I don't know if it killed the bugbear. No, it didn't.
Can't give up.
Do any of us need healing? Who's that? That's the bugbear. No?
That was the last of them. Inside! All of you! More may follow! Open the gate!
They were tenacious. I wonder what they wanted.
I just wonder if the grubby little beasts had any friends, and if they're nearby.
What have we got? We've got a goblin tracker here. Don't want the empty bottle. I don't want the skull.
Which way to the nearest library?
Yeah, see, like, grease is a conjuration. It's not a concentration spell. So the grease is going to hang around for a while, although it has just disappeared up there and down there.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Like, why are some spells concentration and others aren't? That, I don't get it. really don't. There's always this body over here that I tend to forget about. Take all of that. There's this guy up here. I mean, it's a broken loop, but it's actually still worth quite a bit. I'd searched the booyard already. Oh, yeah, I didn't want the grease bottle. That's right. Not the grease bottle, the empty bottle. I didn't want that on that guy. Okay, good. Let's put on the gloves of power, because they give me +1 to sleight of hand, which is nice. Ooh, I've been through some blood. I was leaving a little blood trail there.
There are children here, you fool!
We was running for our lives.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
And who the hell are you again?
Show some...
Well, I did... Please.
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
Doesn't matter. Stand back and watch.
With a thumb,
This could go one of either way.
man
It doesn't matter who
collapses,
knocks out who.
unconscious.
Enough.
This guy that just got knocked out
Goblins
will
have found
leave
us.
now.
No doubt the
And that's what I
beasts will be
want.
back. We need to
Because
pack up and leave.
there are some
Immediately.
problems in the camp that happen if his guys stay around.
Bigger fighting goblins as they did it for once.
Let's try to avoid any more punching. We need to find a healer.
Isn't as thick. Now that's... Thank you for your help. Well, whatever... This attack will only strengthen their resolve. They have... We can't stay, but we'll be slow. Perhaps you could persuade... You'll...
For I'm...
Those two must have history.
Never mind their history. Let's look for
Let's
help.
go and rescue the... Is it a tiefling? Yeah, it is a tiefling up here.
of Silver. Please. May he rest by your side.
I don't want to go into stealth too quickly, but I don't want to take too long to get up here because I think it is sort of time dependent on this guy. Right, so I started battle. I'm going to hide again, which didn't work. That's fine. Astarion is no longer in stealth. Okay. Take a shot anyway. And how about you move over to there? And then hide.
Trace.
Okay.
Have to keep going.
You're my tank at the moment, Shadowheart, so move up.
One can't always be a gentleman.
Is he surprised still? Because if he's surprised, I can get a sneak attack on him. He was. Yep, take all of that. Quick save. Talk to the
You
tiefling.
have good timing, but you're not. Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. You all care to explain why you reek of the hells? Well,
Right. Let's just quickly do this. Actually, I should have got Gale to do that. He's got the better chance of being able to do it. Right, I think. I think he's got the higher perception. Yay, we got it.
You see a dragon circling like a bird of prey. Hunting. The telescope points to the left. The telescope points straight ahead. The telescope points to the right.
All right. Nothing else up here, but we managed to
If
save
not over, then through.
her. What did we get? That's right, we got the soul coin. I don't recall needing soul coins, anything urgent at the moment, so we'll put those back in camp.
He never hurt anyone. He always knew what to say. When I was homesick, he never let it show, but he was homesick too. Did you just...
There are some supplies in these crates, if I remember rightly. That's mostly junk anyway. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I'm always reluctant to sell to this guy because there are times when I will sell to him, he'll have a nice bit of money there. Sorry, I sell my stuff to him, which means he no longer has any money, or he has less money. I might even buy a couple of things, and he'll have some money left before I leave. I will leave, and I will come back, and he will have 0 coin on him, which means I can no longer sell stuff to him. I have to buy something from him first. It's a bug, super annoying. Well, I'm assuming it's a bug, put it that way. But part of me wants to just get rid of all the junk that I've got back at camp. I can put all of that back in camp, and I can put those back in camp. Oops, and I can put those back in camp. There we go. All right.
Hells! We can't just leave. They're kin!
Can we all
What's the... These...
or yell louder? That's fine too.
Just... Thank you, Ro.
All right. I want to do this. Okay. I have looked up to see what this Strange Ox is about. Right. I showed it off in my Paladin playthrough. I'm not going to spoil what it is, But I do want to actually get Will in my party so that we can talk to that strange ox. I want to do that, so I think I'm going to do that right now. I might even get him to replace...
Give me a best shot.
Shadowheart, now that I think about it.
Not bad. Again. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on.
I do sort of have problems with this conversation.
You can do this.
Because what Will is saying, what Will literally says to this child is, I'm teaching you enough so that you can survive to run away. And I mean, if he's going to run away, just... I mean, you can't always get into a situation where you don't need to fight, but...
Kind words in unkind times, my friend. Well met.
The man's you are the
Hell, but
your mind's
shit. You saw her. I'm no. Her name. I trapped. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. But sorry, but there's no room for me.
See you at camp then.
Ready and willing.
I think by
Any questions, children?
choice that we made, we might have skipped it, but yeah, we didn't have that conversation then with the child. All right, Will's got a level. Spells. The problem here is it doesn't tell you what spells he's already got. Already said I don't like Witch Bolt. Protection from good versus evil, concentration. Hex, concentration. Hellish Rebuke. Yeah, not bad. Expeditious Retreat. Concentration. But it only lasts one turn, so the only time that's going to be a problem from concentration point of view is if you... So it means you gain dash immediately as a bonus action on each of your turns until this spell ends. So it says one turn, though. Here's the thing. I'm used to one turn in D&D, meaning a turn used to be 6 rounds. It was multiple rounds of combat. Like a turn was... Actually, I think at one point a turn was 10 minutes, and another point it was 1 minute. And sometimes rounds of combat were like one round was 1 minute. Other times it's like, 10 seconds or something. But I think in this game, I always thought one turn was one round, like they just use the turn as... Because turn is something that a lot of people from just general gaming, it's my turn, right? So you would think, okay, so you get to do something and then everyone else has a turn and then it comes back around to your turn. So that's what turn sort of meant to a lot of people. And that's what I sort of thought they had defined here in BG3. Larian had done it that way. But I don't know now. But anyway, if it's only one turn, so basically you just get an immediate bonus action of dash that you can use, then the concentration bonus, the concentration portion of this is only a problem if you run past somebody and they get an attack of opportunity and hit you, and then you have to have a concentration to see if you still maintain it. And I guess what it means is if they hit you, you stop dashing, and that's it. I don't know. So a little confusing. Never really liked the spell. Never use it. Command, again, I've told I don't really like it. I know a lot of people say that it's really good. You can make people drop their weapons. Meh. Charm person lasts for 10 turns. So is that 10 rounds of combat, or is that like, you know, an hour? I don't know. Or Burning Hands. It feels like Burning Hands would be the better option, particularly because Will does sort of tend to get into combat a little bit. Will is, as far as I'm concerned, Will is a terrible warlock. Because he's only got 13 dexterity. I would have tried to get his dex to at least 14, if not 16, if I could. You know how my build, I've got 2 16s? I would have gone 16 for charisma and 16 for dex. And then whatever else I could pump would go into constitution. That's what I would have done for this build. Those ability points are... like, he calls himself the Blade of the Frontiers, but he's only got a +1 with the rapier to hit. And if he doesn't use a finesse weapon, he's got a -1 to hit and damage because of his 8 strength. The constitution of 14 does give him a little bit of extra defense, but it's nothing spectacular. The charisma of 17, here's the thing. As weird as it sounds, warlocks don't actually need, and I could be wrong here, but warlocks don't really need very high charisma, even though charisma is supposed to be their stat. Because it doesn't... I don't believe that the high charisma gives them like extra casts per day or things like that. They get X number of casts and based on their level, and that's it. And I don't know if the high charisma makes their difficulty of saving against their spells much harder, but yeah, it's not a great class in my opinion. I mean, it never really was. It was fun in Neverwinter Nights 2 to run around and Eldritch Blast everything, particularly because you had that ability to change the blast so that it, you know, could chain and it could do all these different things, but there's not as much of that left anymore. Okay, we definitely want Beast Speech, because that's one of the reasons why I got him in the party in the first place. And then Agonizing Blasts, that just adds a bit of extra damage, which, you know, +3 is nothing to be sneezed at. Armor of Shadows, cast Mage Armor on yourself at will without expending a spell slot. Well, that's no good, because, excuse me, you can't be wearing armor when you use it. So he is already wearing armor, so that's... I've either got to take my armor off, which drops my armor class down a couple of points, and then put this on, which it's really just giving me the same armor that I'm currently wearing, but it doesn't weigh anything. Yeah, not great. Beguiling Influence is okay if you're wanting someone with proficiency in Deception and Persuasion. Devil's Sight, I mean, that is good. That just basically gives you the ability to see, and it's a passive feature, so you can just always see up to 24 meters. Fiendish Vigor, False Life on yourself. I hate these spells that give you temporarily X hit points. And the biggest reason, I suppose I've never really mentioned it, but the biggest reason is you can use one of these spells, right? And when it wears off, you can end up dying because you didn't have enough hit points left. So, I mean, sure, you got to remember, but disguise self, I don't know. One with shadows. That just helps your stealth, doesn't it? What does one with shadows do? Vanish into darkness and become invisible as long as you stand still. So you can't even move. Pointless. Repelling blast. You can push the creature up to 4.5 meters away. It's not... 4.5 meters is half the distance most characters can move on their turn, which is a little bit, but it's, if the creature's right there in front of you and you hit them with repelling blast, they're going to still be able to, on their next turn, move close enough to hit you, unless you use repelling blast and then you move your full distance away. So, Thief of the Five Fates. Bane targets up to 3 creatures. They receive a penalty. I'm assuming with repelling blast you could knock them off cliffs. Yes, that would be a possibility. But you got to remember, they've got to be within 4.5 meters of the edge of the cliff for that to work. So, I mean, it's probably no different from if you were to do a normal shove. And I'm sure it would look nice to, you know, cinematically to go bam and hit them with a blast and throw them off the cliff type of thing. The biggest thing you got to remember, they mentioned this in the game, is that if you push someone off a cliff, you may not be able to go and loot the body because you may not be able to get down there to wherever you've pushed them. So you have to be aware of that. I think I am going to take, yeah, like a Michael Bay film. I think Agonizing Blast or Repelling Blast is probably what I want here. I think I would rather the little bit of extra damage than anything else. So we'll do that.
And again. Swing and swing and... Oh.
Okay, let's go and talk to this guy because he's funny.
Step, parry, strike, damn it! It's just not landing. Nothing. We need to be ready for a fight. But I'm useless with a sword.
I haven't tried this option before. Let's see what he says when I talk about this. Feint with your sword, then kick between the legs instead.
Let's see then. Feint, kick, thrust.
You really know what you're doing. Found this by the road. Bet you'll put it to good use.
Hopefully it's just the goblins we have, but I'll keep at it. Thank you. Oh, yes. I'll bite my tongue.
And... oh, he gave us a battle axe. Yeah, like I really want a battle axe. Send to camp. Thank you.
It's getting to me. Don't fight fair. Time to live.
Right, let's get Will.
Any questions, children?
Look where
You're addressing me, a humble ox. How quaint.
Something's off. This creature isn't what it appears to be.
I've never used this option here that says whatever your secret is, it's yours to keep. I want to see what he says.
I'm glad you think so. Otherwise, things might have gotten very messy.
No. You are incapable.
What? Like, seriously, I just picked the option that said, I don't care what your secrets are, and then the only two options it gave me was leave or ask about his secrets. Like, why? Why not remove the option about asking about the secrets? I just said I don't care about them, and now I've got no option. There's no, I can't, there should be a leave option here as well. Because now I have to pick one of these. Because I didn't pick leave. And I failed.
A pitiful lie. Nothing here.
Alright, so we'll talk to him. We'll talk to the Bordox, because he tells us about this over here, even though technically I think if I was to just come over here, I would probably discover that it's there. So we don't need to talk to the Bordox. I'm not going to... I was going to say I'm not going to take the pouch, because I don't want the pouch. So we're going to open the pouch. And we're going to take all of that. And then we're going to put the pouch back in there. There we go. Very good. All right. That's right. There's a backpack there we can search. And
step, swing, parry, swing.
Recruitment posters.
We're exposed now.
I don't know that I want to do much more. Oh, hang on. How many long rests? We've got no more short rests left. And Gale's out of spells. I don't know what situation Will's in. He's fine. He's still got more to go, but we need to rest. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to camp.
Can't give up now.
I am going to grab everything to sell from here. Actually, give me that. Right. I never know what to do with this. I don't want it. The Mask of the Shapeshifter. Like, I mean, I'm going to sell all this stuff, but I feel like I shouldn't be selling this. So I'm going to take all of that, and I'm going to open that back up, and I'm going to chuck that in there. Now, there's also whatever's in here. What stuff do I want to keep? I want to keep that. I'm going to have an entire party of rogues. So I definitely want as many light crossbows as possible. Astarian's got one. So he's going to hand that over. Not yet, though. And then I feel like... What have I got here? I've got... Not enough, actually. I might need a leather armor for some of them. Oh, I want to keep that letter. I don't know why. But I just feel like there's probably somebody that you're supposed to deliver that to. That was found on one of the dead fishermen at the start. I feel like most of the rest of this stuff I can just sell. Let me just have a quick look. Astarian's got that. You're okay. I could end up stealing the rapier from Will and letting one of my other guys use it. Also, we've got this Needle of the Outlaw Rogue, which can be used with a short sword or a dagger. I don't know why they give it to you. Like, it's nothing special. It's just... I don't even know what it's supposed to look like, because it just looks like nothing to me. Like... Is it a... Is it supposed to look like a tree root or something? I don't know. It has no special abilities is one of the big things. So it's sort of like... Almost what's the point in giving it to you? But anyway. So... I could wear the Bicorn Sea Beast helmet. A hat. But I don't know. I think Astarian needs that hat. I really do. Yeah, maybe I don't sell that dagger yet. Maybe I keep that. In the chest here, just in case. I can take Astarian's armor. Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm going to find more armor when I go over to the crypt, the Forgotten Crypt, because all of those guys that are fighting there all wear leather armor or brigandine, something like that. Except for the mages who wear just robes. So I think I will have enough gear eventually to equip my entire party. So let's grab all of this that we're going to sell. So let's do... Well, hang on. No. Do I want to keep all of these out? Oh, actually, this is something I want to try. Damn split mechanic in this game is stupid. Start with it at full, or give me a key combination or something to quickly put it at full. I feel like I should be keeping all of the stuff that is alchemy or food somewhere. Like, there should be an option. Shift move does it. If I shift move it, it moves everything. Okay. I don't want the bottle. None of that is cooking supplies. The rest of all of this is just stuff to sell. Yep. All right. Now that this stuff is in a bag inside the traveler's chest, and I don't think I've got any other. Oh, I've got all of that. Let me put all of that in the camp for a second. No. That, that. Try that again, not that. Alright, what I wanted to try was, if I go here to alchemy, oh look, it does recognize that we've got one of some. You know, I have a murgrass that I can potentially use. Alright. Or is that because one of my companions has something? I didn't check. Send to camp. No. No. Hang on, I did want to go into there because I wanted to open that and put that in there. Alright, enough screwing around. I'm selling all of that. I'm sorry, why didn't you let me pick that up? Why is that not an option? Either allow me to send to Void, if I add to wares, can I sell it from there? This is going to waste a little bit of time, but let's have a look. Leave camp.
Any questions, John?
Refugees. Well met. Is there anything you need? Act fast if you do. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
No. Does not help. He has 391 there.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
I really hope this doesn't screw up. Go back to camp.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in here.
And there it is, folks. There's the bug. He has 0 gold, despite the fact that a moment ago, he had 391. And that means I can't sell anything to him because he can't buy it. I think if I switch to the barter option, I can put all this stuff in my offer, and then I can pick a few things of his that I want to buy. But to be honest, I mean, the acid arrow, some of the arrows might be nice, but a lot of the other stuff I don't want. I don't want any of the dyes, like, big deal. I don't need supplies at the moment. I feel like I'm good on supplies. He does have, there's padded armor +1 for 263, which I cannot afford right now. There's plain leather armor for 100. And that's the only armors I can buy that are any good. There's the spell thief, but that's a longbow, so remember I can't use that as a rogue unless I'm an elf or No, I was going to say half-elf, but half-elves don't get it. Half-elves only get the human weapon bonuses. So I have to be, and I can't be drow elf, I have to be high elf or wood elf to be able to use that. I don't want the Rain Dancer staff, although it would be useful for Gale, but I'm not keeping him in my party for long enough. I could buy more disarm and thieves toolkits, but I shouldn't need them. I don't need any scrolls. Some of these arrows might be nice to buy, but I just... Oh, there's his gold there. There's his 391. So hang on, if I go back to trade... So I can't sell that. I can sell that. Now he has 387. So I'm positive that I've tried to sell stuff in this situation and it said he had no money to buy it. Maybe you just need to switch to barter and back to trade again to fix it. I want to keep the grease bottles. I don't want the empty bottles or the loots or that or that. I want to wear the cape. That's probably going to be more than he can afford, actually. Oh no, I could afford all of that. Let's put the cape on. There we go. He's only got 100 gold left, so that's not going to be able to afford everything. In particular, I really would love to get rid of some of these potions, not because they're not useful. I should be using them. Like, I know that I really should concentrate on this playthrough of trying to use a lot of these things, using the poisons to make my character do more damage. You know, oil of sharpness. Yes, I should be using that to get bonuses on my damage. I should be using the hill giant strength for something, I don't know. There's another potion of animal speaking. I can use that if Will's not in the party. Yeah, Will's not in the party. Potion of Featherfall, I don't know. I'm sure there's probably a situation where you go, oh, I wish I had that. But, and a Potion of Flying. Again, I just don't know when or where I would really need it. It might be situational. Can I send that to camp? I can. Let me send those to camp. And that one. I'm going to keep those on me. I'm going to sell that one. I'm going to keep the speed. Mind reading I'm going to send to camp. I'm going to keep the speed. So which one did I say I'm going to sell? Hill Giant. No, I'll put that in camp as well. All right. You convinced me. Oh, God. That is annoying as well. I've had that happen before.
Sylvanus be with you. Need anything else?
And it really screws up the interface when that happens, because it doesn't seem to click properly.
You're not the only one in need.
I don't know if I want to buy this padded armor +1 or not. And here's the other thing that I don't like. And this is actually a D&D 5th edition. This is not a problem with this game. There's really no armor choices anymore. In previous games, there's no armor choices in light armor. It's all the same. It doesn't matter whether you're wearing leather armor, padded armor, or studded leather. I think there is a studded leather. Like, that's padded armor. Armor class 11. I've got leather armor. Armor class 11. Will is wearing padded armor. Armor class 11. And I don't see studded leather. Actually, let's go to...
Sylvanus be with you.
let's go to the other blacksmith down here and see what he's got in the way of armor. But it's all of the light armor has the same armor rating. And it's like, well, what's the point? It's really just down to aesthetics. Which one do you want to use? It's almost like the weapons as well. The weapons are a bit like that too, where
Thanks for fighting off those goblins. If you need
a
to
lot of the
replace any gear,
weapons
just ask. My
just
selection's pretty
it's just a
slim.
difference of,
I had
well,
to
I
leave
want to
most of my
do
equipment in Elturel.
blunt damage or slashing damage or piercing damage, but the weapons all do the same amount of damage, and they all do the same for crits. There's no way that you want to choose. They're all exactly the same. And I can see from one aspect that is good, but it means it doesn't matter what you choose. Let me see your wares. Okay, so he has some more armor and stuff. So padded armor, leather armor, hide armor is medium, so I can't use that. Chain shirt is now medium, so I can't use that. Chain shirt medium. Chain mail is now heavy. Scale mail is medium. I can't wear that. I could wear those, but I've already got some, and they don't provide anything. They're just cosmetic. And I can't use those. Yeah, all of the light armors are essentially the same, and there's no point in buying... Like, it's purely... You're just looking for what is the best enchanted light armor you can get. In other games, you know, one light armor will have a little bit more protection, but you might not get as much of your dexterity bonus, right, than the other ones. And that sort of happens here in the medium armor. For example, the hide armor does allow you to have 2 points of dexterity, but I think some of the other, and that one does, I think there is one of the medium armors that doesn't. That's a heavy. Heavy armor no longer does. No, I think that's it. All of the heavy armors. But here, okay. So the chain shirt has an armor class of 13, and scale mail is 14. So there is a slight difference there. You know, you'd rather use scale mail than chain mail. The scale mail is 3 pounds heavy, or 3 weights heavier. And then the hide armor is worse yet again, but it's even lighter. That's the only difference between the three of them. I think the heavy armors are the same. Ring is 14 and chain is 16. So, but you've got disadvantage on stealth checks if you use chain. Full chain armor. But in the light stuff, there's just no difference. It's all the same. And so it's like, well, what's the point? Okay, there's a rapier there. The mace is not finessable or light, so there's no way I'm going to use that. That's a longsword +1. I can't use that. Yes, I can. I didn't realise I had proficiency in longsword. I'm going to have to test that. We wanted to test that because I read somewhere that you only can sneak attack. There's a light crossbow +1. It would be nice to have that, actually. In fact, I think I'm going to buy that right now, because if I don't, he does seem to change his inventory quite a bit. The light hammer is a light weapon, but it's not finessable. Anyway, what I was saying was he changes his his gear quite often. You'll come back to him and he'll have some different stuff in there. So if I don't buy this now, it might not be there later. So I want to buy that. And I'm going to equip it, which means I've got a spare crossbow that I can send back to the camp and use later. Let's get rid of all of those and sell them. What did we say you had in the way of light armor? Just padded armor +1. How much is it? 263. I can afford that right now. So I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to use it. And that's then spare leather armor that I can send to the camp. And I think... Well, if I take Astarian's leather armor and his crossbow, I've now got enough crossbows and leather armor to equip as many rogues, 3 other rogues, basically. And that's really only necessary if they weren't already a rogue when I brought them on, and I'm probably only going to have 2 characters that are like that. So, and quite frankly, if I make the right choices, if I pick other classes that start with light armor, I won't need to worry about supplying them with light armor. That's a short sword +1. And it's only 100 gold. Yeah, I'm going to buy that as well. And I'm going to use that. And I might switch then to a dagger. I'm going to store that in the camp. And then I think I will grab that strange looking dagger that's really nothing special. And I'll use that as well. And I'll just make sure I'm not set to do, what's the name? Dual wielding. Alright. Why is he unhappy? Oh, attitude is 0. I've found how this works. If I go into the barter section and just give stuff to him, I can even just give gold if I want to, but if I just give him stuff that I don't want anymore, it goes up. I would have thought buying and selling from him would affect this a little bit, but it doesn't.
Of sorts. Learned a lot. Alas, my offerings are far more humble.
Alright, so let's go back to camp. Have a look in the traveler's chest again. And I want that. Got a second crossbow. Got a rapier, and we've got a second lot of armor. And we've got those potions. Actually, I should get another bag or something in here to put like all those potions in, because I don't want to put them in here with all of the food supplies. But anyway, we'll worry about that another time. Let's sort all of this. And let's do that. And then let's sort all of this again. Alright, so I've got a +1 crossbow and a +1 short sword. And I've got a spare dagger there. I've turned off my sneak attack. Did I have anything I wanted to do with you? No.
I applaud.
No, you're all good, and you're all good. Alright, let's... Did we rest then or not? I don't remember.
Desire.
No, we didn't. We need to.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Alright. No one wants to talk right now, but I guarantee as soon as I say rest, someone will want to talk. So, let's end the day. It's just Will. Alright, he wants to talk about the fact that he needs magical items to stop this netherese thing in his chest exploding and leveling a city.
Not be Ceramorphosis. What does it make you think of? Day 3. Need to go on?
Sure.
I take it you get the picture? Day 7. A mine. Any expert will agree. This is something.
Okay, that wasn't him talking about his need for magical items. That was him talking about the fact that it's strange that we have not started to turn yet. I've mentioned it before. I'll mention it again. The game does a really bad point of making it clear that there are actually no repercussions to sleeping as often as you want to. All of this stuff is sitting there telling you that if, you know, within 7 days you're going to be a mind flayer. So you're sitting there going, oh my god, if I rest, I'm going to be a mind flayer. I can't do it. I've got to find a way to get through this without resting. No, rest. You know, rest as often as you need to, because that's what it's there for. You have plenty of camp supplies. Like, I had 240 supplies there. It's not a problem. Yeah, if I need to rest, I can rest. I don't have to be constantly concerned that, oh no, I can't rest now because I'm going to turn into a mind flayer. You do start to get hints in not too long. There's stuff going on where they start to talk about that there seems to be something special about these tadpoles. And I haven't like looked ahead to see what's going on. This is just the stuff that I've picked up from, well, what I've seen with other people's videos about playing the game, not like anything that spoils anything, but just in general, about what you should do when you're playing the game, etc. But also, you know, my experience of actually playing this first chapter is fairly obvious that you're not going to have a problem.
I tussled with hill giants without breaking a sweat. Now,
so,
a mere werebear could swat me halfway to arm.
Strange things are happening to us. What festers in our minds may well impel our bodies.
Yeah, see, all this stuff that he's going on about, it's like making it seem like, oh no, do not rest. If you rest, you're going to die. Everybody's going to die. We're all going to die. We're going to it's going to be a horribly excruciating process when we turn into mind flayers. And it's like, nope, that's actually not what's going to happen. Alright. I am going to try and take a shot.
Let's see what you're hiding. No time for mercy.
And that didn't kill him.
Just out of view.
Did that actually start combat? That didn't start combat. Did I miss? What the? I used a sneak attack on him. I did 16 points of piercing damage. He should have 1 health point left.
Best get in and out. Fall by my hand. All right, time to skulk about.
Who saw me? Oh, great. Oh. I hate this. I am really hoping, really hoping that this either gets fixed or when I've got an entire party of rogues, this doesn't happen. Right? But what just happened there was I was the only person who went into combat. All of my companions just stayed there in stealth and did absolutely nothing. Why? That makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. And the problem is that it's not easy for me to get my companions to join me in combat now. I'm not hiding. I need to hide. Thank you. See, it's just me and 3 of these guys. That's it. Where are my companions? Why are they not in combat? Now, don't get me wrong. When I've tested this playthrough a little bit a few weeks ago, I was playing as I got to level 3 and I was an assassin. And at that point, as an assassin, you can actually do some of these fights and you can just be killing everybody around just by yourself and nobody notices and you're just sniping all of your enemies and your companions are just sitting there in stealth. They're not part of it and it all works perfectly. But this is just so annoying. How do I get... Like, I want
if this isn't important,
you to become a part of this. And now these guys are following him. They're not following me, though. He can't shoot her because she's too far away, and I doubt he's going to be able to make a stealth check. I don't want these guys following because they are going to end up getting too close. Is that close enough for you to shoot there? It is. But that now only means... See, this is a ridiculous thing. I've only just added 1 more. But the problem is I don't want to unlink them. If I unlink them, then they're definitely not going to be in battle. I want them all to become part of battle. Why, when I'm in stealth and battle starts, do my companions not join me in stealth? In battle? Why can they not start battle in stealth as well? We are all hiding. They should get the same advantages. Why? It makes no sense at all. And here's the thing, like, it's not even this character's turn in combat. So if I switch over to Gale, he might be able to sneak close enough. And now, cast, well, even Fireball. And he did. And let's see if Will can get close enough. And he's technically not part of combat yet. But if I can get him close enough and cast Eldritch Blast... That's just like... Yeah, when they're out of combat, they have their own timeline. And that's the thing, like, I can do things with those characters that I should not be able to do. I could have... I am pretty sure that I could have taken one of these guys and snuck them all the way around to down over here to the other side of the area and sneak attacked from down there in 0 time. Because they're not part of combat. I'm going to have to try it. I'm going to have to do something ridiculous like that next time it screws me over like this. I'm going to take one of the guys who are in stealth and just see how far I can move them, like beyond what they should be able to move in a turn of combat, and get them in some absolutely ridiculous position, because this is just, it is the most broken mechanic I have ever seen. Like, if we had have split the party, I would understand it. Even though it kind of doesn't work. Because once one of us is in combat, we all need to be running on that combat timeline. Even if we're miles away, because otherwise you can break things. You can do stuff that just should not be possible. Okay, so I'm here, and my two opponents are there and there. I'm not going to be able to get into a position to attack. Oh, I don't actually have any action. No.
Survival is all that matters.
I do have actions left. It just wasn't letting me do anything because I was in the wrong position. I'm just going to move to there and wait, I think. I'm not going to be able to attack. Have I played Daggerfall? Yeah, sort of. I've played a... Was it a... No, I have played I played a little bit of Daggerfall, and I've also played a recreation of Daggerfall in Skyrim. Played a little bit of that as well. There's already mods out for the game. I'm actually running with a couple of mods at the moment. The main mod that I'm running is this one that allows me to look up, because you normally cannot look up. The game limits how far you can move the camera that way for some stupid reason. And the other one is I've got a mod that is giving me the ability to move using the WASD. So I'm basically driving my main character, or any character that I'm selected. I can drive them around if I want to. I can still click and make them move by saying I want you to move there. But like right now, I can... when I'm turning the camera, if I push W to move, they'll move directly that way, or try to. They're the two main mods that I'm using. Okay, they want to address that in the next pack. Well, that would be nice. There's no doubt about it. Technically, I should not... I feel like I should not be able to make this shot because I have to shoot through Gale. But I definitely want that to be a critical hit, and I'm going to go back to hiding.
Move with care.
And you can move over to there. Why did you move so quickly? And then you can hide.
A rough tempest I will raise.
Are you able to... No, I don't feel like you are able to see him from there. I think the fact that he's red means you can't see him. Yeah. You'd have to move a little bit. I think I'll just leave you there.
This is my time.
And then you can stand there. Good. He had to use dash to get up there. Can I get a shot off on you?
Don't mind if I do.
Yes, I can.
No time for mercy.
Sneak attack wasn't enough to kill him, but that's okay. How am I liking this game? Playing it on the easiest level difficulty, I'm loving it. I'm actually playing it on standard difficulty at the moment. I can't remember what it's actually called. Hang on, I know it does show you somewhere. Oh, actually, I think it's here. No? Oh, it's in the saves, that's right. Anyway. I'm playing on the standard level difficulty. It's okay. I don't know yet. I might end up switching back to the super easy story mode difficulty. We'll see what happens. Because the problem is, it's a Larian Studios game, right? And so Larian Studios have always had this thing that they create games where every single battle tries to screw you over. You're always, well, not always, but the majority of the time, you're in battles where you are outnumbered and outclassed. Like, you have battles where there are way more opponents than you, and there are even times when they are higher level than you, and you know they've got abilities that you don't even know yet, etc., etc. And you're like, a lot of the battles do have things that you're supposed to use against the opponents. For example, this, can we see it from here? This weight, this foundation block that's hanging there. If you sneak around, because this guy and this guy are normally standing just down there, and if you sneak around and shoot at that block before combat starts, it will fall crashing onto the thing down there, which allows you to go down to the next level. But it will kill this guy outright, and it'll injure him. Right? So a lot of the battles in this game are designed around that idea that there is something there that is supposed to be used to help you in the battle. Like the next battle, one of the battles that you do down in the crypt, there is an explosive barrel just there, and usually starts with a bunch of guys, you know, around it. And if you can get out there quickly enough and shoot that barrel, you can blow them all up and kill them, right? There's a lot of things like that. Now, they get a little bit more subtle as the levels go on, but there's often things like that to help you. But in general, Larian has this habit of producing battles that are just ridiculously hard. And that's the problem I have with this game in general. Apart from that, there's a lot to just like about it because it's a fair representation. It's not the best representation, but it's a fair representation of the 5th edition rules. And I'm liking, to some degree, I'm liking the simplicity of the 5th edition rules. If you think about playing Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2, Pathfinder Kingmaker Wrath of the Righteous, and things like that, the build for your character, even if you, like I do, I'm very big into, I play a rogue, I don't multi-class, I just play a rogue, right? I play a ranger, I just play the ranger, I don't multi-class. That's a big thing for me. I like to play the class all the way through and see all of the abilities that it has. And it's a little bit, in some ways it's a bit more enjoyable here because there's not as many things in the class, but also it does feel a little bit lacking these days because there's not as many ways to customize the build of the character and make them feel like they're yours. But it does make building a lot simpler because of that. So yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to successfully sneak. Or hide, I should say. So let's do that. I don't, and as far as I know, I can't get through, I haven't gotten through much. Like, when the game originally came out, I got all the way through the content that they gave you, right? And that felt really, really bad because there was no difficulty levels. You couldn't play on the easiest difficulty. It was just, this is how hard the game is going to be. And it was a case of Larian was just fucking you over every single combat, right? And then on top of that, like, you were only allowed to get to level 3, but you had opponents that were higher level than that as you went along, which made the fights even harder. So I really did not enjoy the original release, you know, the early access release of this game. I'm hoping it's a little bit better this time, but I still haven't got that, like I do with a lot of my playthroughs. I get to a certain point and I go, I really want to try this out, so I stop and start again. And it's something I'm known for. It's something I hate about myself, but I am going to try and finish this. We'll see what happens. Whether I end up recording all of it or not is another story, but yeah. So far, I am generally enjoying myself. How do I... So, maybe it's a reaction, no? So I added the Warlock ability. Maybe it's just using it automatically to add extra damage. +3 force from Agonizing Blast. There we go. It's already adding it automatically. How the hell can you miss from that close? Look. Use a flourish on him and kill him. Thank you. Yeah, the Pathfinder game system was based on an earlier edition of D&D, so they have a lot in common. And that was 3.5 edition. They came out with a 4th edition, which there wasn't many games on. Sword Coast Legends is one of them, and I've played that. I've played it a little bit on my channel, but I actually got all the way through it. I'm considering streaming that again one day. But it vastly changed the rules, made it very, very much like a computer game. 5th edition, they changed the rules back a lot more to normal, but things are still much more simplified than what they used to be. The rules in this game were extremely complicated. As an example, a critical hit in this game, if you roll a 20 on the 20-sided dice when you're attacking, you will roll a critical hit. Did anyone do a critical recently? Just having a look. Yeah, there we go. I used a sneak attack and it was a critical hit. So when we have... There we go. There's the details of it there. So I rolled a 20, was a critical hit, and, you know, it did all of this damage. Was that a sneak attack? Why was the damage so... I added the sneak attack on later. Okay, that's why. But in Pathfinder and in the other games, the earlier games that were based on the D&D 3.5 set, like Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2, in those games, when you roll 20, that means that there is a chance that you're going to do a critical hit, but it doesn't guarantee that you do a hit, because what you do is you then roll again and see if you hit. And that actually seems a little bit strange because, you know, you've rolled a natural 20. That should be an absolute guaranteed hit, but it isn't. I need to switch over to Gale and get him to fix all of these. All of these interesting vines, so they're not a problem. Yeah, the old rules were much more complicated around critical hits. You had to, the first roll was to say, okay, you've rolled that value, therefore that can be a critical. Now it can be a critical, but it might not be. Let's actually see if it's going to be a critical. And you could get feats that would increase that chance of making that second roll actually be a critical. And then you could get other feats that made it so that you could crit more often. So rather than on a 20, you might be able to crit on a 19 or a 20. So it would increase that chance of critical. And then there were other feats that would increase the amount of damage that you did with a critical. Rather than it being 2 times damage, it would make it 3 times damage. So there was all that sort of stuff. Now crits are just simple. You roll a 20, you crit. That's it. There are some feats that can reduce that from 20 to 19, and there's a couple other things that can make it go a little bit lower, but not a huge amount. And there are some things that will increase the... All weapons now just do 2 times damage when they crit, whereas previously there were different weapons and they had different crit ranges and different crit damages. Now everything is the same, but again, there are a couple of feats that there is a feat you can get that will increase, or ways that you can increase the crit, the number of damages that you do with crits as well.
All right.
But everything's just a lot simpler in the rules now, which of course is very nice in a lot of ways, but it is also, you know, in some ways you look at it and go, I really wish that there was, because you could decide when you were building a character, did you want to go to all of those lengths to build a character that was going to do crits, or did crits not important to you, or you just ignored those feats? No, the mythic abilities from Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is just a Pathfinder thing, and in fact it's an optional game system. I don't know if it was added in specifically for Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. So the first thing to know with the Pathfinder stuff, Pathfinder Kingmaker was an actual tabletop module for the Pathfinder game system before they made it into a computer game. That's my understanding anyway. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was right. Wrath of the Righteous, I am fairly sure that it was a tabletop game first and was also modified into a computer game. And they're not an exact copy of the original ideas of and story and everything of the games as well, is my understanding. But yeah, it like if you play if you just say gather a bunch of friends and gather the Pathfinder rule books and go and buy an adventure module from somewhere, it's probably not going to include the Mythic Path stuff at all. You could optionally, if you had the rule book that explained all the Mythic Path stuff, you could optionally play that in another module, but it probably won't. It won't contain all of that, because that was, my understanding is that was designed purely for the Wrath of the Righteous as a feature for that module, that campaign, and not something that was just going to be used everywhere. Okay, we haven't found this spot yet, so we're just going to try digging here until we find this chest. There we go. So even if you don't make the perception check, you know there's a chest there, just dig and you'll get it.
Breathe deep.
Very
and
nice.
Move.
To be honest, I didn't like the whole mythic thing from Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah, it's an add-on rule set. I didn't really like it, to be honest. I thought it was a little bit weird. Like, I'm a big proponent of like when I started playing these games way back when, there was actually only 3 alignments that you could have. Lawful, neutral, and chaotic. And lawful were the good, neutral were the neutral, and chaotic were the evil. And then they added in more complex rules where they added the two-sided matrix. You've got lawful, neutral, and evil, and you've got lawful, neutral, and chaotic. So you could have, you've got good, neutral, and evil, and lawful, neutral, and chaotic. So you can have lawful good, chaotic good, lawful neutral, neutral, neutral chaotic, and then lawful evil, neutral evil, chaotic evil, right? But I've always been the sort of person that I don't play anything but good characters. That's just me. And I really don't like the thing about all of these games where half of your party are evil. Astarion is evil, right? I don't have a choice at the moment. I need someone in my party. I have to bring him along. You know, Pathfinder Kingmaker was a little bit fuzzy on that. But, you know, there were evil people that you had to bring into your party because you had no other choice. There weren't enough good options in the game. And I dislike the relationships. You know, every game these days allows you to have a relationship with your characters. I don't care about that. No interest in romancing my characters in a game. And then having these massive quest lines for all your companions. That I would prefer that there was maybe a small quest line that you do immediately after they join, and that's it. Like, I don't want these massive quest lines that span arcs of the thing. If we go back to the old Baldur's Gate days, I loved that game, and I mentioned this in my stream yesterday as well. Baldur's Gate, you had most of your companions were just more than willing to join. There was a couple of companions that you saw fairly early on that were obviously evil, and you knew that. You could decide to put them in your party or not. Playing as evil in Baldur's Gate was nothing that I ever really wanted to do, and my understanding is it was very hard to do, because if you started acting evil, word spread incredibly quickly, and any town you went into, the guards would just attack you. Like, which is the way I feel it should be, you know? Like, you shouldn't be just going around randomly murdering everybody and getting away with it. So yeah, the only characters in Baldur's Gate 1 that really had a quest that you had to do when they joined you was Minsk. You know, you'd take Minsk into your party and he wanted you to rescue Dynahair. And if you didn't rescue her fairly quickly, he would just get mad and leave. Now, some of the other companions still wanted you to do stuff, but they were a lot more lenient on time and stuff like that. But it wasn't quite as... it's not like the quests today where, you know, Gale's got a bomb in his chest that's about to go off. Will has a devil that is controlling him. Astarion's an ex-vampire who wants to kill his master. Lizelle is just evil. Shadowheart is just evil, and she has stolen some artifact for her evil goddess. Actually, Shadowheart canonically is lawful neutral, but she worships an evil goddess. Gale, yeah, we've already talked. Gale's got a bomb in his chest. Kaylock has a bomb in her chest, a different type of one, but it's essentially the same thing. Who else is there? I'm missing someone. I just can't think who it is. But yeah, it's just like, I don't want all that drama from my companions. I want people who are willing to help me on my quests. And, you know, like going back to Baldur's Gate. In Baldur's Gate, there was a couple of companions. One was, I couldn't remember his name yesterday, and someone told me, and I can't remember it again. He's the paladin that you meet who's just north of the Friendly Arm Inn. Argentus. So Argentus the paladin, when you meet him, he says he's hunting bandits in the region. Great, join us. And he does. And that's it. He never then says, we need to go and hunt bandits. He's just happy to follow you. Same thing, there's a ranger just west of Baragost. There's an elven ranger there. He's hunting gnolls or bandits or something, and he's in the same boat. He's like, he joins you and never brings it up again. You know? I would rather all the effort and storytelling that's going into these side stories for my companions, I would rather that go into the main story. And I mentioned this yesterday, I'm going to mention it again. The biggest problem I had with Pathfinder Kingmaker was that they stopped you from doing the main quest line. You got to a certain point, and then you had to leave it and go and do something else for 6 months of game time before the next thing in the main quest happened. And I'm like, no, I want to play the main quest. Yeah, I don't know. That's fine, Rincewind. I can't play the evil. I don't have any desire to do that, and I just don't. I sort of don't understand people who can do it either. Like, I know they say it's role playing and all that sort of stuff, but it just doesn't sit right with me. I'm just that sort of person that I can't do it. I can't play the evil. I've played games like that in the past. The original Dungeon Keeper came out, and I played it for a bit and went, nah, not me. That was like 20, 25 years ago or something. I've played Grand Theft Auto and went, yeah, this is okay, but I would rather just, jump in a car and drive around and explore the place and see stuff than get into all the main quest stuff and having to do all these crimes and everything. It just doesn't do anything for me. I have played through the original. I haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3. I have already played the early access content, which was the first act, or part of the first act even. I don't know if it was the full first act. A lot has changed since then, so that's why I'm finally deciding to play it again. But no, I have not completed it, and that's true of about half the games I own. Let's see. I want to pick this lock. I think I already saved, but I'm going to do it again. Let's pick the lock. We got a +8 bonus. Should be easy. And it was. Alright. I'm going to put the whole party into stealth.
It's their business. I'll be fine.
Before we go through this door. Who got discovered? Everybody but... No, everybody got discovered. Okay, well... Might as well just shoot you. Oh, because of surprise, I think I've got sneak attack. So that was good. He's almost dead.
I missed this.
Starian, you can do the same. And he is down. Very nice. How are we doing for experience? We are almost to level 3. Wonderful, because as soon as we get to level 3, as soon as we get Withers rescued from here, we can then hire our hirelings. Back into stealth, please. I'll take that. I won't bother with the torch. Oh, one thing I hate about this is you cannot put a torch in your offhand. A torch ends up being a main hand weapon only. So if you want to go around with a sword in one hand and a torch in the other, in an attempt to, see what you're doing, forget about it. And then trying to change your weapon mid-combat, I don't know. It's not intuitive. It's not just simply click and it's done. I don't know what is the deal, but it seemed very, very difficult to me to switch out and get that weapon up. I did not like it at all. Okay, we're just picking up all this food off the table here that we're going to want for later. There's a couple of things in these shelves, but I can never remember where they are. I'll take that portrait of Fane. I don't want anything else from here.
I've seen everything.
Let's get ourselves into a position. Yes, you have a torch button which toggles it on and off, but Okay, I don't remember if I tried that in the middle of combat or not. Yeah, I know you need the torch in your inventory. The problem is, every other game I've played, you can put the torch in your offhand so that you can still have a weapon in your main hand. This doesn't do that. And I'm pretty sure switching out from the torch to the main weapon in combat will probably use up your action for that round. So it means the only way to really effectively use light in the game is to have someone cast a spell to do it. Okay. The other thing I hate about this game is there's no way to really pause. Even though this is a... even though this is a...
I need a drink.
not a real time with wars. This is a turn-based combat mode, combat game. If I just want to pause the game for something, even hitting escape doesn't do it. It's so annoying, because I just wanted to look through my inventory then and see if I had any fire arrows, which I don't, and that's kind of annoying. I should have bought some, because I remembered this was going to happen and then didn't do anything about it. I don't think it's going to matter. What instead I'm going to do is I'm going to come out of turn-based mode, and then I'm going to do that. And then I missed, for crying out loud.
Don't want to draw any attention. This is my time.
And then the only person that came into combat with me was Will. Okay, let's test this. Gale, you're not in combat. How far can I move you without the game caring? I bet you it won't... Will it let me leave?
On it.
You need to hide again.
No honor among sneaks. Step by step.
How ridiculously broken is that? No. That is just ridiculous. What the hell? I am completely... I've got no words for how absolutely ridiculous that is. Like I said earlier, the problem with this game is that when you're in stealth, your entire party's in stealth, and that's the problem. Saying that works in Divinity Original Sin, that's the problem. That's the sort of stuff that I hated about Divinity Original Sin. Because this game is just Divinity Original Sin, with a few names and things changed. That's it. All right? They've just jammed the D&D 5th edition rules on top of the Divinity Original Sin game engine. All right? But that is absolutely ridiculous. I literally left the area, walked around to a completely different area, something that should have taken way too much time. dropped down a hole, snuck along, opened a door, and blew that up while they were waiting for one round of combat to finish. I do not know. I am just dumbfounded. I do not understand how they can allow the game to work like that.
The blade will not bend.
And this is going to be the problem, right? Where are these three other guys? I think they're all through that door. Yes, they are. They've heard the explosion. I thought the game was going to crash on me there for a second. Yeah, this is... Like, my plan for this game right now is to have a situation where I have an entire party of rogues in stealth, and we are going to start combat from stealth. I want all of my party then to be in combat, and we are then just going to pummel them from stealth with sneak attacks. And I don't think the game's going to let me do it. I am just absolutely dumbfounded. Like, I don't know, even if there was an option that I could quickly just add that person into combat because they weren't brought in properly by everything else, I wouldn't have so much of a problem with it. But the fact that you just cannot get them into combat until you do an action which, you know, against an enemy, just seems insane. I guess I can take this shot.
Come on then.
Sneak attack, please. Dead. Come back here. Hard.
Now they see me.
Stay at my feet. Have to keep going
up to there. So I've got a better attack later on.
I speak, they burn.
Oops. And somehow he couldn't find us. Why did that not sneak attack? Oh, it did. Okay.
This is my time.
Oh. How come I just got hit? Oh, it was probably an attack of opportunity when I moved. Can you get off a Eldritch Blast and hit him? You can. Do it. Missed. Oh, of course.
Trying to push my luck again. You've made a grave mistake.
This calls for careful footwork.
Oh, one of the few times that if I had the what's the spell I got rid of that I said I wasn't going to take? The one that anyway. Good. He's almost dead.
Cold grip.
I do have stealth.
Where do I go from here? Here we go again.
Why was that not a sneak attack? Yeah. Why was that not a sneak attack? It should have been.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Take this!
Of course I missed. Damn it!
Let's turn someone inside out.
Can't even catch my breath. I'll strike you down.
Freshened up.
Short rest to try and get some health back. I'm tempted to do a second short rest, to be honest, because these guys are still a little bit out of it, but let's get to 3rd level. No, you're doing fine, Rincewind. Alright. Yeah, we're not picking Thief as a subclass, that's for sure. We are picking Assassin, and there is no way I would be picking anything else. I'm going to let him go as Arcane Trickster. Not that I'm going to be using him in my party, but... Alright, good spells for Arcane Trickster. Anything that stuns, knocks prone, anything like that. Light is no... Well, light doesn't, but having it might be useful. Minor illusion might be useful. Dancing light, meh. Friend, no. Blade Ward, no. Shocking Grasp, yeah. Ray of Frost, Poison Spray, Bone Chill, Acid Splash. I think we're going to choose Minor Illusion, because you can do it even when you're silenced, and Shocking Grasp. But the spells, this is where it gets fun. We want Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Hang on. Charm Person, no. Color Spray. Blinds up to 33 hit points. I feel like very quickly... Yeah, Rogue Assassin is good. There's advantages to each one of them. I definitely like the Rogue Assassin. Sleep doesn't need concentration, so we're taking that. Color Spray only does 33 hit points. And I feel like that's going to be something that's going to be very... It's going to run out very quickly. It's not going to be that useful. Let's take... Even though you need concentration for it, I think we'll take Tasha's Hideous Laughter. And then we want one more spell. We might take... See, something like Long Stride could be useful. Enhanced Leap could be useful. Grease. Ah, Grease, that's the one that we want. Drop that under somebody, knock them down, and then get a critical hit or a sneak attack against them. That's what we want. Alright, new spells for you. Second level spells. Cloud of Daggers. And tempted to go Hold Person. But I think I'll go Scorching Ray instead, because it is an evocation spell. Cloud of Daggers is any conjuration. But I think we'll do that. And then preparing spells. Sleep is really useful. Yeah, we'll get rid of Witch Bolt. And we'll put Cloud of Daggers in its place. 24 hit points. Yeah, I've got to go that, I think. I've got to go that. Oh, you also get Cloud of Daggers. Very nice. Crown of Madness. Darkness, Enthrall. Hold Person. I like Hold Person a lot. Invisibility, Mirror Image. Shatter. You also get Scorching Ray. Ray of Enfeeblement. Misty Step. Blindness. I'm going to give you Cloud of Daggers as well. Pact of the Blade. And I'm not going to bother replacing any spells, I don't think. So we'll just do that. Alrighty then. Let's start. Oh, we've got to group everybody back together again. Start searching all of these bodies.
Can't slow down.
Yeah, I've got everybody's torch there that I don't want. So look over here. I'm not sure if I really want it or not. Let's pick it up. Just trying to remember. I don't think there's a lot in here that I really want. Take that book. Just because it's highlighted, I guess. Rustic chest. Just some candles. Don't want that. Let's pick up the records.
You do not recognize the language on the plaque.
Builder's chest. Just take that. lever. Yeah, we know what that did. Yeah, it's also that I haven't been live in a long time either. This last couple of weeks is the first time I've been live in months. Alrighty.
This place wasn't built for the living.
Well, there's a couple of chests over here, isn't there? Where are they? One there. And one there. There's that one there, and there's a book. All right.
Trap. Be cautious.
Just discover all the traps because you can't set them off yet.
What a nasty surprise.
There we go. That's all the traps done. Bring everybody over here.
I've got a long road
Group
ahead.
everybody so no one follows me. And let's get to fixing up all of these traps. One down. Thankfully, failing to do these traps does not trigger them. There's not really much chance I'm going to fail. Well, I mean, I can, but it's not easy. I've got to roll a natural 1. Even if I roll a natural 2, I add 8 to it and actually succeed, so... let's get in here a bit. We can't do anything about that gargoyle head, but it doesn't actually shoot at you, so it's not a problem. Well, it doesn't shoot at you if you fix up all the traps. All the other traps. We just succeeded on that one. Carrying too much. What do we got? Get rid of... all of that. Oh, no. Not that, not that. Right. Like that. Is that crate that sometimes has no, doesn't have anything in it? What about this one? Chest thing. No, I don't really have very high perception. It's just the fact that we've got an entire party of people searching that worked out well for us. That's why I ran in with everybody to begin with. Make sure we had the best chance. Even if we didn't find everything, we would have been alright. Yeah, I'm a bit of a hoarder when it comes to gear as well.
Strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
Alright, we've searched everything in here, with the exception of this. Let's just quick save to be double sure. Only just made that. Here we go. Nothing at all happened. Put all this stuff away that we don't need. And that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Send to camp. Sort all of that. I have an ice arrow and an acid arrow. Alright, and some poison, which I keep forgetting to use, of course. Should have used that in the last fight. We now have the key to this door.
Armed scribes, but no sign of a struggle.
And the one reason why the game should allow you to look up, I'll just switch to Gale.
For now.
Actually, I'm not sure I really want to do this. But there are these braziers up here that you can just light up. But normally, I'm not sure if you can actually target them because you can't look up enough. There's another one down there somewhere. I just can't see it at the moment. Yeah, I don't think I want to light all those up because it's going to make it harder for me to be stealthy if I do that. So let's just take that. Let's just make sure we take all the weapons off those guys. Actually, I wonder if I leave these guys alone and don't take their weapons off them. Now, they all end up using spells anyway, and none of them have anything better that they would use. Alright. Just go through here.
Now that's a lock that screams, pick me.
Quite ready for you. With ease.
Let's let Will do this. Gale, I mean.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
Yeah, I don't normally have a problem knowing what I want to sell. I usually have a pretty good idea what items I want to keep. But the problem is I keep stuff and then never end up using it. Like potions, scrolls, all that sort of stuff. Every time I pick up stuff like that to keep, I never end up
lighter than it
using it.
should be with such a massive lock.
One more time.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
There we go.
As the lock opens, what was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are gods' entire...
Let's get going.
Big sword.
Light on my feet. Nice statue. Can't place the face.
All right, let's do this.
Time to press ahead. That's curious.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I also don't always have someone in my party who can learn it as a spell.
Oh, hells. Something just woke up.
I don't need any attention right now.
Oh, that's right, I've still got... I want to see that. Stats on that, because we just did a critical hit, and we're now doing... So, 3d6... Yeah, we're now doing 2d6 of damage from a sneak attack. Right? So, let's see. Yes, it was 4d6. So, it's doubled the damage from the sneak attack damage, as well as doubling the weapon damage. That is really good. But again, I'm the only one who's in bloody combat mode.
Really? Now? Won't know what bit him.
And quite frankly, I can't do anything that would let Gale and Will join combat. Like, I don't know how to get them into combat.
Well, so much for peace.
Now that they're not in combat yet. It's just like, until these guys get closer and I can get them to do an attack, there's no sense moving Gale or Will.
The subtle approach.
No choice but to keep going.
Softer than a whisper.
Okay, they detected a Gale. It's like they detected all of us. Well, that's really good, because I want Gale to cast a grease down there. Don't know if you're going to be able to hide. It's probably not even worth trying, to be honest. Don't have any spells that can be useful. We'll try it.
Shadows.
Yeah, no, it failed.
Another fight. Let's go.
Wonderful. One less. Are you going to be able to hide? You might.
All right, time to
Yes.
skulk about. Unleash me.
Now you got the grease right on here. Wonderful.
Eyes open, mouth shut.
That got him into battle. I think that was a... No, I don't suppose it was a critical hit, but it did enough damage to kill him. That's good.
Mistra Rim. Still breathing, despite everything. Can't slow down.
Damn it! Misclicked and lost the opportunity.
To surrender their valuables.
Alright,
Even after death.
we're done.
They're unthinking
One
cadavers. May
sarcophagus.
as well feel sorry for a breadbasket.
Yeah, we're going to wear that. Yeah, I haven't tried that. I might see if that's possible. Click on them and turn on turn-based. I shouldn't have to, though. That's the problem.
So, what a... Now, I have a question for thee. What is the work? Wilt thou answer my question? So, I ask again. What is the worth of a single mortal life? In death, we will...
Right.
These chambers are much changed.
Let's go to camp.
we meet again. I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need of my services. For a mere pittance of coin, most willingly, forsooth. That suspicion always haunts the guilt. Should thou or any of thy compatriots perish, I will cleave soul to body.
Alright. I'm going to leave it here for this episode. When we come back in the next episode, we are going to hire our hirelings and create our extra rogues. I haven't decided yet whether they're all going to be assassins or whether I'm going to have a combination of maybe 2 assassins, 1 thief, and 1 trickster. We shall see. And then we see how things go when we do combat with everybody in stealth. Everybody is a rogue. And whether we're going to have to switch people on and off into turn-based mode because they weren't included in combat, which is super annoying. But yeah, I am enjoying the playthrough. In general, we are doing very well. And yeah, join me next time. I hope you have a great day, and I will see you later. Thanks everybody. Bye now.